Oh, you may not end up seeing a social post today because it would appear that Blue Sky might be falling apart today. So that's a thing. But we're back to Final Fantasy II. Now, if I pop open our menu, you'll notice a little bit's changed. Maria has two things significantly increased. Her HP has gone up by a solid like 50, and her MP has more than doubled. That's because I finally figured out the correct answer for how MP growth works. I was 90% correct. Your magic stat is exactly how much MP you get, as we proved last time. But I had it wrong as to how your MP leveled up. The key to it is how much MP you spend during a particular encounter, not how much is spent per spell or anything. Or just like how much of your total MP you've used altogether. So I was like 90% of the way there. Like I was very close to the correct answer. I just wasn't quite there. Give me a second here. I'm gonna try to do a thing. Because Blue Sky's having a whole moment and I'm trying to get the going live post out. It's looking like it's just not gonna take today. Just close the page entirely and reopen it. Yeah, no, the site's just dead. Okay, never mind. No social post today. Y'all are just gonna have to figure out that the stream is happening because it's happening at the same time. It always is. If that ain't a sign, I don't know what is. But, you know, it be what it be. We make it work here as we always do. But yeah, basically what I was doing was just spam casting our now level 3 shield and cures and basically every high cost spell a character had until their MP was as low as I could get it reasonably during a single combat. And that's how I was getting their MP to grow much, much faster. Like, even Gus's magic stat went up a little bit during this whole endeavor, I think. Because I had him use life a couple times when I would overdo it a bit and have somebody explode. Gordon obviously still has his absurd stats from being a temporary character. Now, you'll notice Maria's gear is a little weird right now. That's because I realized your evasion is directly attached to your turn order, apparently. And the percentage next to your evasion and magic defense levels is actually your chance to dodge. Like, that is your evasion chance, not your progress to the next level. Now, Maria being in the back row all the time means she never actually raised her evasion at all, because she was never targeted. So I've moved her to be in line with all the boys now. So everybody has the same chance to get hit, is the idea. So that hopefully she will train up her evasion a bit. You'll notice I took off a chunk of her armor. That's because we were wearing heavy armor. So if I put the mithril helm and the mithril gloves back on her, you'll notice that 31% evasion went down to 18%. Armor weight matters. Now, the main reason I raised that for her was just so she stopped being last all the time. Because that's why she wasn't growing. If she never gets a turn in those smaller combats, she then never gets a chance to improve. You follow the logic there? Like, having the highest defense doesn't actually always help you if you can't take action in time to do anything. Just proving it again there. You'll notice the 18 went back up to a 31. Now, I was hoping to get her some evasion levels at all, but either having Blink on was interfering, or she just wasn't getting enough dodge procs to get lucky enough to get an evasion level. in all the grinding I did, because I grinded for a solid few hours. Now, admittedly, I could have done so much more in much less time had I done my research first, because I was grinding MP for a few hours before I'm like, okay, clearly I'm doing something wrong, because I would be burning through their, like, entire MP pool and not having their MP go up. It's like, okay, something's gotta be wrong here. And then, lo and behold, I found out what I told y'all a few minutes ago, where you have to actually drain their pool during a single combat to raise your odds. It's some formula, like, where it's how much you started with minus how much you spent divided by your total or some nonsense like that. Actually, no, I think it's your total divided by the numbers I was just talking about. Ends up being your chance at getting the level up to proc. It's ridiculous. Yeah, Maria's endurance has also gone up. Her agility hasn't still. Turns out agility goes up when you're wearing lighter armor, for the most part. So it's weird that Firian's agility's gone up so much, except for the fact that shields are also involved in the calculation for evasion, for agility procs. So, since he's been wearing a shield all the time, he has absurd agility compared to everybody else, which is why Firian always goes first. It's also why he's got 58% evasion, just standard. Because your agility, apparently, is the lowest amount your evasion can be. I'm assuming probably ignoring debuffs, because I have to assume there's a debuff that'll lower your evasion. So yeah, for example, if we take the shield off of Firian, his evasion drops like a stone. So it's not a one-to-one as far as the percentage goes for your agility to your evasion, then. Because otherwise he should have 28% static there. But he instead has 16. Part of that being the fact that you have weapon evasion as well. Yeah, the shield is doing a lot of heavy lifting is the point. Both for his evasion and for him gaining agility. The fact that Gus has 3 evasion is confusing. Like, he's been wearing all of this armor all the time. But I have to assume it's because everything hits Gus. Like, everything spends its whole time beating the hell out of Gus. So he has the most rolls on the table, essentially, for getting evasion levels. Because even Gordon's not gained a level of evasion, even though he's had a shield the whole time. And he gets hit a fair amount. I think it's because he just hasn't dodged enough. Because I believe it said that the calculation was based on when you actually succeed in dodging something. You get at more odds towards getting an evasion level, essentially. So Maria's problem is exactly what I mentioned before. She doesn't get attacked, and when she does get attacked, she gets hit. So it was a double problem there. So even though the bow is her best way to actually hit things, I do think we're gonna do this. We're gonna give her staff and shield, at least for a while, because her evasion then stays decent. In fact, I think it actually went up because weapon evasion also stacked on top. And we're gonna rock that for a while, both so her endurance goes up and so hopefully her evasion / her agility goes up. So that she will become much better in combat for us. In fact, while we're here, I'm gonna go ahead and demonstrate for y'all what I was doing to grind everything up. It involves a lot of just spamming Blink and Shield over and over again, as those don't decrease the amount of enemies in front of you. Like, I'm not gonna show you the whole method, because it would make this take extra time. and I'm not gonna sit here and just do that the whole session. But basically, these two just spam cast that. Gus would actually be hitting himself under normal circumstances, and Gordon would also be hitting either Gus or Maria in order to keep raising their statistics that way. As you'll notice, Maria actually survives a hit from Gordon just fine, but still takes a lot of damage from him. Because it appeared that the health increase proc was similar to the magic increase, in that the more health you lose, the more odds you have of gaining max HP. Later versions apparently just give you max HP every 10 combats. But this is the version right before the one where that starts being a thing. So that's something. Yeah, basically just spam whatever spells don't do harm, and you can more or less just keep a combat going ad infinitum until you have what you wanted. Like, I could just leave this one goblin alive and just screw around all I want. It remains shocking to me how much damage Gus takes from himself, too. Like, he can just destroy himself so easily. If you heal yourself, you hit yourself, you heal old Gus. Which Gordon's cure has also gotten very good. Maria's is still better, despite him having higher statistics, because hers is level 3 instead of level 2, as you see there. And the goblin's like, no, I'm done. I'm out of here. You guys aren't even taking me seriously. Gordon's spirit and strength went up, and nothing else. Yeah, since we're right next to town, I figured I'd demonstrate that. Because you'll notice we only used 12 MP on Maria and 8 MP on Firion, as well as 6 on Gordon. So their odds of getting more was not that high there. But that demonstrates the mechanism was the point. Strength operated similarly. I want to say it was just, hey, every time you make an attack successfully, you have a chance for your strength to go up. So yeah, now to catch you all up on the plot as it currently stands. We can more easily do that by looking at the keywords. So for those who missed all the previous sessions, all 2 of them, we learned this keyword Wild Rose because of our little band here running from their hometown of Fynn as it was burned by the Evil Empire. They then joined the Rebel Army, as you see, whose secret code Wild Rose is. We then had to go off on a whole other adventure, which led to us getting this ring. Scott, being the brother of Gordon down there at the bottom, Scott perished soon after giving us the ring, which the ring is where our world map comes from in this version of the game, which is a whole thing. Afterwards, we got sent on a journey to go get Mithril for the Resistance, which arguably was pointless, but that's neither here nor there. Was it the Mithril or the Dreadnought first? I forget which one we actually went to go do first. Whichever one we didn't do first, we did second, which the Dreadnought is a massive metallic airship the Empire built, and is relevant to what I'm going to be talking about in a minute here. Let's see, after all of that occurred... Yeah, then it catches up to more recent times with the Sunfire and the Goddess Bell. So Sunfire is the power source of the airship and the Dreadnought. Our goal was to go get Sunfire to overload the Dreadnought's engines and destroy it, more or less. We needed the Goddess Bell for that, to get into Castle Cassian, since at the time Gordon was nowhere to be found. Gordon and Scott are of the family that would have been able to open Castle Cassian straight away. Turned out Gordon had gone into Castle Cassian on his own and got stuck. So we ended up having to go on a whole journey to go get the Goddess Bell and get one of our companions killed, in the process of trying to get it, only to find out Gordon was just in there. So yeah. On our way out of Castle Cassian, Cid and the princess, as Hilda, were on their way to see us when they got picked up by the Dreadnought. That brings you up to the current situation, where we have to go figure out where the Dreadnought went to both take it out and go get Cid and Hilda back. Is without Cid, no airship. Without airship, traveling's kind of complicated, as it involves walking everywhere. Not to mention, destroying the Dreadnought was our job to begin with. So, if we hadn't failed in our mission to destroy it in the first place before it took off, we wouldn't have had a problem. I wonder. No, we would see it. I was debating whether they had brought it back to Bafsk to re-arm, considering Bafsk is one of the few places they didn't blow up. But I'm 90% sure, much like we saw it on the map when we were here before, in that big clearing over there, I'm pretty sure we'd see it again on the map if it was there. So I don't think it's here. Problem is, we have no information as to where the Dreadnought is currently. And the thing I'm trying to figure out in my brain here is, does anybody know where the Dreadnought went? Because we haven't done our information gathering phase for this quest yet, particularly. I'm not gonna spend the time grinding on this fight, we're just gonna kill them and move on. And don't be surprised if for very, very basic fights like that I start using speed up every time now, because we got places to be and things to do. Especially encounters like this that are quite literally pointless. I have tools at my disposal, so I have every intention of using them. That's not where that fire's supposed to go. That's where the fire's supposed to go. Yeah, because Fire 3, even split against multiple targets, against weenie monsters like that, just obliterates them. I thought so. I was missing the path to Salamand. We haven't been to Salamand since the Dreadnought incident occurred, I don't think, so I'm figuring maybe there'll be information there. Yeah, they either ran or got slaughtered, as expected. This also is a way for everybody to get their strength up a little bit, by me just mashing attack through those encounters. God damn it, this town. You come in through the bottom and you appear at the top somehow. Messes with my head every time. There's a few towns like this, and I don't know why. Yeah, you're whining about Yosef. Yep, Yosef sure did die. They're still caught in the moment that Yosef died, and we picked up the bell, so I don't think this town's actually gonna be of any use to us. So that's unhelpful. The thing is, you'll also notice Salamand's intact, which means the Dreadnought didn't go here. You have no dialogue options. Do you have dialogue options? Nope, you're busy being sad about Yosef. Okay, so this town is useless to us, as expected. I had hope, but I didn't have much expectation. But considering it wasn't that huge a detour to get here, it was worth checking. Because the problem is we don't have, like, any new Places... No, actually, we do have a new place marked on our map, huh? All the way the fuck up here. We got all this territory past the Chocobo Forest and Cassian. Based on the fact there's a blinking dot here, I'm gonna have to go out on a limb and assume that's where the airship is then. Which means we probably want to actually go back to Bafsk and just leg it down to the Chocobo Forest to then get to that place. Which, in hindsight, it makes sense because you would leave just talking normal gameplay progression here. You would leave Cassian, witness them being taken. So it's like, okay, I have no way to go back now. You would presumably still manage to find the Chocobo Forest, since it's just a few feet below Cassian. And that would then be your method of moving from Cassian to wherever you want to go. The Chocobo Forest would then naturally lead you down south, potentially. Now, the fact that you don't actually see the Dreadnought head south does make that a question mark a little bit, but it's as likely an option as any. This is gonna mean a lot of walking, though. A lot of walking and a lot of useless combats. So just bear with. This is gonna take a few minutes. I'm not gonna speed up the walking because, A, that's pushing it a little bit too much in my mind. And, you know, it makes the sound quality even worse, so let's not do that. But slaughtering them this way at least is a middle ground to make things a bit faster. Right side to the long walk is we'll at least be making money. Which is the benefit over the idea of, like, running from every encounter that I don't want it to be taking. We're also gaining potions from the soldiers. That's why I have the potions that I have. For anybody wondering why I suddenly had a pile of potions. Because a lot of soldier encounters kept showing up while I was grinding, so they kept dropping potions. Let's see. Yeah, the shortest way to get back into the mountain circle here would be to go to the right. Because those gray sections are not actually impassable areas, which is kind of questionable map design in terms of our world map, but it's fine. This is one of those things where you just learn what the colored portions of your map mean. And it makes a degree of sense for them to be gray sections because it's just stone ground. And the mountains in this world aren't gray, so it makes sense. You just basically have to learn that brown means impassable and gray means you can pass, but it is not grass. We are missing out on whatever the statistics are that are popping from these encounters, but the statistics from these encounters also aren't super relevant. This is just going to be like endurance and strength for the most part. We are starting to run out of inventory space, so I do need to start cleaning some of the stuff out again. Let's take a quick look at everybody's stat lines now and see if anything majorly changed. Your strength went up a little bit more, which is good. Oh yeah, Gus is up to 42 strength by the way, so that's a whole thing. Let's take the Chocobo Forest and go zooming off to south and see if I'm right in thinking that that dot actually does matter. But we will quickly save before I go zooming off. A, in case I'm wrong, and B, in case I'm right, but things are, like, nightmarish over there. Because based on the distance here, I have to assume you're not meant to run all the way down and on foot. This all looks important. Okay, there's water in the way here. I do very much appreciate that these chocobos are an option to begin with, both because I like chocobos and because of the fact that it means I don't have to be fighting my whole way everywhere I go. Especially considering how expansive this world is in places. Bingo! Found the Dreadnought. Because it is the spot that's marked on the map. The question is, do I want to pop into this place up here first? Because, like, obviously this is my goal, is the Dreadnought. Both for rescuing Hilda and Cid and for, you know, destroying the Dreadnought. So up here looked more like an Imperial base than a town, so I don't think I'm actually gonna want to go here. Because that very much looks like either like a temple or a fort, and that's obviously a castle back there of some kind. But it looks more like a ruin. So yeah, I guess we'll just go straight for the Dreadnought and find out what happens. I just feel weird about bypassing that, because usually you deal with the things on your way. We have a pass, so we can at least walk freely onto the Dreadnought in logic. Oh yeah, this is just riddled with Imperial soldiers. Alright then. See how this goes. Ghasts we've dealt with before. No real reason to bother with doing anything special for those. Good hit, Maria. With a solid chunk of change as well, which is always good. Oh, who goes there? You know anything about the Dreadnought that we're standing on? Yeah, I know. You're looking for my past, but what about this canoe, though? I'm not interested in the canoe, that's fair. Let me in. Excuse me, sirs. Please go ahead. Thank you. Well, it's time for the next shift. I'm dismissed. If you'll excuse me now, sirs. Well, that's convenient timing now, isn't it? Just immediately fucks off. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured, is the second I talk to anyone in here, they would try to murder me. Let's see if we can handle a captain at this point. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume probably not, but it'll be fun. Well, he doesn't one-shot us anymore, and you fucked up all the blink casting. Lovely. Zero, one. Okay, so physical damage is still utterly useless against these guys. Noted. Try it just like a single target blink so you have some hope of living there, bucko. You keep attacking him. We at least did do damage with this bolt, so we'll keep doing that. There we go, he dodged. Yeah, they just have a ton of defense. That's why I'm kind of ensuring that Firion lives, is so that he can hit it with as much Fire 3 as possible. How much health do you have is the wonderful question of the day. There you go, Gus. You actually heard him that time. Now, is this a bold and stupid move on my part? 100% is. But it seems like it's working out, so why not? The only real problem is I don't know how much health these guys have, like I said, so... Ooh, that's a good hit. Still alive, though, so he's got more than, like, 400 hit points, I think. I haven't really been counting too much. Put a shell on everybody as well, if you can. Is remember, the arrows count as magic for some reason. Oof. Well, bye, Maria. Gus, I think, is going to be the one who's going to focus on reviving for the second, since he's not doing any real damage. This does, however, mean that I am not talking to anyone else in here. And considering he's not, like, just wholesale slaughtering us, we can always run if this continues to go wrong. But I want to at least try, you know? Let's go! We killed a captain. HP and MP and endurance, HP, spirit, endurance. And we got a flame bow. Okay. Okay, that was probably worth it. And he's not even gone. He's just like, okay, I'm done. I'm leaving. Oh, that's actually really funny. How strong is that flame bow? Really strong. So when she's done training her endurance and everything to be not terrible, that's going to be a very good bow for her. Because that makes her attack relevant. Because that puts her almost on par with Gus for raw attack strength. So I'm not going to lie to you, I'm kind of tempted to fight another captain. But let's step out of here and save first. In case it goes horribly awry the second time around. Now, the problem with this idea is we are burning a lot of our resources doing this. Oh, we're in Palamecia being here. Isn't Palamecia the Imperial capital? Or no, that was just where the Dark Knight got recalled to. Who I believe. Also, halfway to Fire 4, which is nice. Halfway to Blink 3. Halfway to Shield 4. Third of the way to Bolt 3. Okay. Okay, there's nobody guarding the entry now. Hey, you, fight me again. We can just keep fighting the same dude over and over again. Oh, sweet, we got a preemptive strike as well. You'll love to see it. So, get Blink up, get Shield up, lay into him. Please have these Blinks actually work. Okay, Gordon at least got one. That's better than nobody getting one. Everybody other than Gus got shielded, so that's perfect. And Gus actually did damage. Look at that. Okay, let's do a targeted blink on Maria because she's gonna need it more than anybody. Though the odds of her surviving aren't great anyway. This way everybody has their shield for the physical attacks this guy throws down. Like, we basically have to treat this guy like a mini-boss every time we do this. Which is why we're just setting our magic on fire here. Go ahead and get Shell up, if at all possible. And we just start hammering him. This is why I was training up my defensive spells, and she's dead again anyway. Well, that'll do a great job at raising her endurance, probably, considering what I was saying before about it probably being based on how much health you lose. Losing all of it, probably means endurance goes up, you know, probably. Oof, yeah, without a shield, I think Gordon would have died there. He's being a lot more proactive about the stabbing people instead of just shooting arrows at us, which is a problem. Physician, cure thyself. Okay, good. I was very concerned that Maria was about to get shot and just go right back down again. Would have been very funny if those attacks killed. Get your blink back, get your shield back. Gordon, spend a moment patching yourself up. Never mind. I was worried about that when I didn't heal him with Maria immediately, but I also didn't think Maria was going to get a turn before the captain did anyway. You go ahead and use life this time. I could be using Maria's attack magic to further push her MP down and do all of that. This is going worse than last time. By far. I think the game's trying to tell me, hey, don't push your luck. Joke's on them. I'm gonna push my luck because I get away with it. HP, MP, Endurance, Spirit, Axe, Intelligence, Endurance. No rewards. Good stats, but no rewards. There we go. Furion's over 100 at MP now, too. Sweet. If you do the big heal, and then Gordon will do the remaining. Actually, no, Maria, you have the most MP. Just keep fixing. Because Gordon was meant to be the mana battery to keep Maria from burning all of her MP, but now she has enough MP to heal everyone and still have plenty left, so it's less of an issue. And this will mean her cure continues to get stronger, which is good, considering she's guaranteed to stick with us, as far as we know, whereas Gordon is probably not staying with the team. But based on how that second swing at a captain went, I don't think we're doing that a third time right now. We are gonna go back out and save that reality. Nah, we'll probably find it just to carry forward. Ow. Okay, she immediately unparalyzed, which is good. Yeah, he's better off stabbing the ghasts. If he used fire, it'd be better, but I'm trying to get him trained up with Bolt. Since we already have Furion having Fire 3, it made sense to kind of split that in my mind. This way we have people who specialize in each element for coverage value. Yeah, let's just not talk to these guys. Hey there, Callista. So far, so good. How are you doing? I'm a little sleepy because I slept in a little too much today, without meaning to, but, you know, it'd be that way sometimes. Go ahead and just set them collectively on fire. Ditto with them. Okay. Similar boat, then. Similar boat. Can you actually clear the lot of them? Nope, you didn't kill anything with those two Fire 2s. Should have just had Furion do it, but it's fine. I wanted him to keep training Blink. This Fire 3, as you might imagine, does a little bit better. Since they're all relatively on par for intelligence, nobody really stands out comparatively for their attack spells yet. Okay, so we got multiple paths to take. We have clearance to be here thanks to the fact that we have the pass, so... The monsters don't care about our pass, but, you know, one problem at a time. That's different. Werepanthers, huh? Well, best get to stabbing and hoping for the best, then. Ooh, we actually got everybody to get a shield straight away this time. I'm still not sure if the level of our shields and shells and such is the odds of them working or the amount that they block. Or both. I didn't actually look at the spell formula. If people even have a metric for the spell formula out there or not. Yeah, you don't really need to protect us any further at the moment. I would assume werepanthers are going to be mostly just trying to chew people's faces off. So they might actually be really good for training endurance on, since they're guaranteed to do physical attacks that do actual damage like that. And that's proper poison, I do believe, there, so that's an issue. But thankfully we have solutions to that issue, known as piles of antidotes that we've ended up with over time for free. That was in Gil as well. Maria's shield skill went up too, which is good. It's a real shame that we haven't found like a hand crossbow or something for her to use so she keeps her archery going, but also can use a shield. There we go. Get that poison gone. A round of cures. If Gordon fixed the smaller injury. Since Maria's down to half her MP now. I would be more inclined to just making trips back and forth, but this place is really far out. So I don't really want to leave here. Stunners, huh? Hate that. You know what? No, just go for the murder. Just destroy. Crush, kill, destroy. Get these things off the screen before they become a problem. Look at Maria actually getting to contribute in combat now. What a time to be alive. I'll contribute in a way that isn't just keeping us from dying. Which is big, don't get me wrong. But any further contribution is always good. Shouldn't have said anything. As soon as I said anything, she started missing again. How much money have we made since we got here? A decent amount. We're up 3,000 gil from when we left town. Most of which we gained here, considering we were getting like, what was it, 500 to 1,000 from the captains? Ghast, Ghoul, Shadow, we've seen all of those already. Okay. Yeah, not gonna be anywhere near as effective against these. Don't know why you ended up targeting the Ghast, but I'm happy you did, because those are the fucking stunners, so that's fine. And I don't mean their looks, that much is for sure. Oh yeah, that reminds me though, I should show you guys the spells I acquired in the meanwhile as well, because I picked up a couple more spells. Those by shopping. Furion now has Basuna, Asuna, and Silence, as does Maria. Oh, she already had Asuna, as you all knew, but she has Basuna and Silence now. So any kind of status ailment issues we have, we can solve. Let's see what's down here. It's gotta be rough wearing all that heavy armor down there by the piping and everything. It's gotta get hot down there. Okay, so we just have werepanthers everywhere. Okay. I wasn't sure if they were a unique situation to that one room. Thank you for getting that shield up in time, Maria. She's almost up to 200 HP now, which is good. Staff skill up. Very good. That'll make her a little more effective with the Werebasher. Which those were Werepanthers, so you would think she'd be doing a bit better there, but her strength and everything ain't exactly there, so it makes sense. Okay, more mines. We've seen these before, but they were specific popped out of a chest encounter before. Okay, good. Oh, you targeted that one, huh? Okay, you killed it, though. That's perfect. I was almost upset with Gordon, and then turned out he did the right thing. Because for those who missed it before, if those don't die when they're hit, they explode. And their explosion hurts a lot. This is definitely a little bit of a sleepy day, so it's not going to be the most exciting Final Fantasy session today, probably. Even though we are arguably doing something exciting by raiding the Dreadnought like this. Okay, we found a path further down. See, I thought I was going the extra path by going the way I went. I'm now thinking I may have gone the right way. Me first. What I probably should have done was going into that upper left corner immediately then. I'm pretty sure there was another door up there. But we're already down here, so I ain't turning around right now. Yeah, there's more stairs up in the center there. There's that lifesteal that the Wraiths have being demonstrated. Not that it much matters, because they are a non-threat at this point. I wonder if your physical damage is weakened in the back rank. Because that might explain why Maria was having as much trouble before as she was, and now that she's been moved to the front, she's doing fine now. Stop stunning me, please. Stunning me just makes these encounters take longer. Sometimes, anyway. When I don't just recover immediately. Maria actually did, like, the highest per hit damage there. Look at that. She's just on a roll against these critters. But again, her weapon is specifically meant for that, so it makes sense. Might actually be able to start doing AoE cures again once we hit Cure 4. I shouldn't have turned around when I did. There's boxes up there. Lots of boxes. There might actually be something worthwhile here. Hi. Fire 5, huh? That's a yikes. Thank you for spreading it out across the party so it does no damage. So I already don't like these guys. The shell I'm putting on is probably pointless. But just in case they actually wise up and start targeting better. Yeah, and to nobody's surprise, they're just a bunch of weenie nerds, so they don't exactly survive. I swear when I put Shell on, that spell did more damage, rather than less. Wouldn't it be very funny if these protection spells were actually bugged and it made me take more damage? Berserk Scroll and Mage Staff. Don't mind if I do. Trident for a better spear. Main Gouge for a better knife. Ice Shield, but a monster popped out. I knew one of these was going to be trapped. Hill Gigas and a Warlock. Okay. Kind of scared of the Gigas. Not too scared of the Warlock. You know how I just said kind of scared? I mean very scared. So that's a problem. Furion, put Blink on yourself. Maria, put shield up. You kill that. You cure him. And you fucked up the Blink. You know what? I don't know why I'm surprised by this outcome. And no shield for us, because Maria is now dead. I was gonna say asleep, but the sentence slightly changed partway along the way there. Okay, this Hill Gigas is an issue then. Try to do a group blink this time. You get Maria back on her feet. Throw a bolt at it, see how it feels. Just not gonna manage to land a blink in this combat, huh, Furion? Ow. I have great dislike for the damage you are doing. Just not even gonna bother continuing to try to protect that way then. It's just gonna be a waste of time. Trying to kill this thing is clearly the better choice. In hindsight, healing Maria may have been a waste of a turn. Because I'm pretty sure she would just die again if this thing made contact with her anyway. Desperately need a shield. Like, we need that thing dead, but we also need to not just get crushed to death. Case in point, the shield worked. Oh boy, that hurts though. You heal yourself, you get Furion back. You keep hitting this thing with bolts. That cure rolled low enough that I don't know if it was worth it. Okay, it was worth it. She lived through that hit, so that was clearly worth it. Would have made a very, very big difference, Furion, if you had succeeded in any of these blink casts I've had you do. I'm gonna risk trying to do an AoE heal here, though it's probably gonna amount to nothing. Maybe if I have both of them do it, though, it'll work. Why can't you succeed at Blink 2 suddenly? You've been doing so well with those, and now you've just failed every time. This thing hits really hard. Tell you what, try just a targeted blink on Gus. Maybe you'll succeed with that. You put a targeted shield on Farion, so hopefully he actually gets it. Okay, Gus has higher dodge now. Yep, that's what I was anticipating. That's why I was making sure to get the shield off on Farion first. We are steadily falling apart here, though, so the odds of us pulling this together are very drastically decreasing by the second. Making me very glad I saved before we went in the Dreadnought. Okay, healers are back up. Put a blink on yourself. You need to get that shield back up. But if you get the shield back up right now, it won't matter because both of you would still die on contact, so fix yourself first. Problem is we're making no progress on killing this thing either. So I feel like we're just gonna lose at this rate. Would have been very funny if it just died right there. Problem is, I don't know how much health this thing has. I'm going to assume a lot. I know not healing Gus seems like a terrible decision, and it is. But also, not protecting Maria is a terrible decision, too, because she's going to be keeping us alive. There we go. Now it's starting to miss. Just keep passing out the blinks. Now you can start fixing the more important combatants. Okay, everybody's got blink up now, so they have the best odds of not just getting destroyed that they could possibly have. All those hits and we're still doing no damage. Yikes, man, yikes. Part of the problem right now is we are still very much in danger. I wasn't gonna say specifically what I was thinking because I don't want to speak it into existence. But y'all can picture what I was considering happening. And it was adjacent to what just occurred. I'll put it that way. We are going to have to fall back out of the Dreadnought after this encounter, though, because we are clearly going to burn too much of everything trying to do this fight. Good hit. Still not a kill. There's a very real possibility we're going to run out of MP here, then. Thank God. Yeah, you better get a stat increase from that. Jesus. And all we got was the poison scroll. Love that for me. Oh, okay. Don't mind me, just drinking every potion we own. Because this is more of a insurance policy against there being another monster in the next box. Because against my better judgment, I'm going to look in the next box too. I'm not actually going to heal Gus that much because he's going to lose all of his health using Warp anyway. And we'll use one of our ethers on Maria. So that if it does come down to another combat, we at least have a little bit of help there. Really should have put this trident on before going in and opening more boxes. Staff charged with Thunderbolt. I wonder if I can just use that or if it's going to, like, activate when I hit things with it. Obtain Titan's Helm. Hey, Gus. Have a nice hat. Ooh, it makes you hit harder. Yes. 9% evasion, 43% evasion, 0%. In fact, let's also give you the ice shield for now. I'm assuming that'll raise your evasion further. Yes, it will. Which will mean you go a little faster. But we need to leave. I'm gonna try to walk out of here because the combats haven't been too terrible. And then that happened, huh? Okay. The ads are also gonna run here in a moment. You're probably not gonna miss anything during the ads. Oh, right, I forgot that that's the poison that actually sticks around. I could have cured it the other way as well, but I figured I already gave her an ether, I may as well. The only problem's gonna be, since I don't have a cottage or anything, I'm gonna have to go all the way back to the nearest town, which is gonna involve walking through a lot of territory. So buckle up for the longest walk of our lives. The good news is, we only have to walk about halfway. Once we walk halfway, we'll get to the Chocobo Forest, and then we can take the Chocobo the rest of the way. Well, that blinding didn't really help them at all, huh? You know, I wonder if blind is as broken as it was in the first game, where it just didn't do anything. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, thankfully this place isn't that big so far. I have to assume that there's gonna be a decent amount more left. Though the fact that there was a very long staircase and a ton of chests in one room does make me wonder if we were already, like, at the end of the Dreadnought. I don't mind the opportunity to get everybody a little bit stronger, though, so this is fine. And yeah, the Mage's Staff, I'm sure, is not going to be nearly as good at hitting things, because it's not a mace. It's a magic staff. But I think it'll be better for her overall. Since it's charged with Thunderbolt, it might work. In fact, actually, let me use that after I save, after we get outside. Because if it breaks when I use it, I am gonna load the save. Because I don't want to lose the staff permanently. Yeah, I don't think. If it's reusable, though, that might be Maria's new thing, is just casting thunderbolts from the stick. But the ads are running, so I'm gonna get up here in a moment. Do a quick thing during the ad break, as usual. Okay, yeah. I was hoping to get out before doing that, but what I'll do is I'll just queue up these attacks, and while I'm away, they'll do their thing. Okay, let's get out of here. is it's important to make sure to stretch your legs periodically, especially when you're doing a job like I do now, where I'm sitting here at my desk the whole time. Last thing you want is a blood clot. Yeah, just attack. Fire 3 should kill one, and then physical attack should be able to handle from there. Was I imagining things, or was the staff not in Maria's hand for that animation? Welcome back from the ads, everybody. You have not missed anything. We are still running out of the Dreadnought. The staff's still there. Okay. We do have eye drops to fix this whole darkness issue. Not that it was mattering. Everybody was sitting there with their cool shades and still just destroying the enemies anyway. But I figure may as well not make it harder than it needs to be. Her accuracy has improved dramatically. Though we did realize that weapon skill was a very hefty factor in accuracy. So it was probably less that her accuracy just dramatically increased and more her staff skill has dramatically increased. I don't know if I went to the upper right door past the stairs either. It's kind of wild to think about the fact that I have characters with over 100 MP and we still burnt through it all in here. But I also did burn a lot of MP on the way. Purposely training, so that's on me. Even after I had said I'm not going to train on the way because it will drain my MP, here I am doing stupid things anyway. Shock and surprise on that one, eh? Ooh, Maria's strength increased. Very good. Well, there was also the two captain fights I did that were completely unnecessary, which took a solid amount of our MP away. I wonder if different weapon types are better against different enemies. Because I swear Maria sometimes just does way better for reasons I don't understand. Because when she had the Werebasher, it made sense for her to do piles of damage to those Were-Rats. Now she's just doing piles of damage anyway. Yeah, there's also those stairs down over there that we didn't go in. I know I'm saying a lot of things because my brain is currently going at a mile a second, so just bear with on that one. Oh, the ogres are just out here, huh? Okay. Not to mention the spike toises that I had such an issue with back in the previous dungeon. Let's just get rid of the spike toys as quick as we can, because it upsets me. So if these are just out and about here, our walk home is going to be complicated. The good news is, if these are just the basic encounter out here, it shouldn't be as bad on the way. Because by that, I mean, if that's the danger all the way down here, it shouldn't be as bad, like going through the desert on the way up, for example. So I think I can go around the mountain on the right there and not go in the desert, which might be wiser. These are different, which means they scare me. So I kind of hate the fact that the antlion has a pair of stingers instead of just one. There's something just inherently upsetting about that to my eyes. That's a yikes. That's a bigger yikes. You know, I gotta go. I got places to be, otherwise known as not here. Later. Hmm. I see. I see. You know how sometimes I regret opening my mouth about things? I'm really regretting opening my mouth right now. Also greatly dislike the fact that my recovery is inconsistent from these ethers. Because she'd gotten like 20 from one of them, and now she got more than that out of the other one. So I don't really understand what's going on there. I am gonna save them purely for Maria, though, because she's our healing battery. And we need our health to get out of here, pretty much guaranteed. Okay, no, I do have to go through the desert. Son of a bitch. And it's a fairly long stretch of desert to go through. We can thankfully go just straight up, and then we'll be basically at the forest. We just have to survive whatever the hell we run into along the way. Gotta go. I'm so glad people are succeeding at their running away. That is making this a lot less arduous. Of course, I've now jinxed that instead, but you know. Knock on wood a bit there. Oh great, first strike for them, huh? That's, that is exactly the curse I was expecting when I said that. Gotta go. Ow. Why are they so fast? Okay. We still escaped. We're fine. Everything's fine. This is great healing training for Maria, clearly. Your 4 is actually doing pretty good. Okay, we've made it to the other end of the desert, at least where the trees are. And it just got worse. Why are they all getting to attack first? I understood in the desert because antlions hide in the sand, but we're in the forest. And they're just jumping me anyway. Oh great, the other guy trying to run away got paralyzed out of running. We might die here. Okay, good. We got out. Doesn't mean we're safe, but it means we at least got out of that one alive. Enjoy the horrifying negative zone eyes Maria has here. Maria's once again out of MP, so let me go ahead and burn my last ether. And roll low on the recharge, too. Great. Love that. We're gonna keep the health we have for the second. Further away from the desert in the hopes that that means less antlions. Haha. This does legally qualify as less antlions, but this is now our third encounter that has attacked first. You ever get the feeling the game wants you dead? Because I'm sure getting that feeling right now. Where it's actively punishing me for my choices right now. Okay, I think it's just a bit to the left for the Chocobo Forest now, yes. With a bit of luck, where we are now shouldn't be in the same encounter pool, haha. Okay, we're back in the old encounter pool, okay. Okay, it's a little bit better now. These are things I can actually fight. Because the chimeras and antlions are a little scary. Which makes me really question if I'm even supposed to have rushed across to the Dreadnought like that. But at the same time, the Dreadnought fights aren't that bad. So it might be that it is quite literally designed expecting you to use the Chocobos to get across and not to walk across. Get me the hell away from here, Mr. Wizard. which is the name of this chocobo now. Let's go. Yeah, the problem is we have to go, like, all the way back after we run back to town. So I'm thinking we spend part of the money we're gonna have on a cottage so we can recharge without having to go all the way back. It's just a shame that they're so damn expensive. Out of my way. Because they're 5,000 and ethers are half of that. We'll grab one of those and 2 ethers. Oh yeah, actually let me sell some stuff too. We have a bunch of things to sell. Poison's worth 1,000. Berserk is worth 5,000. I'm kind of tempted to sell it. Werebane, we don't need anymore. Ancient Sword, still hanging on to that. Mithril Spear, we don't need. Mithril Bow, we no longer need because we have the Flame Bow. At least one of these Mithril Helms we don't need. I'm still torn as to whether to give Maria back her side pieces of armor or not. Hey, we have another Mithril Helmet up here, too. That's enough for another cottage. So at least we have 2 full recharges while we're over by the Dreadnought. So that should mean we don't have to worry about that anymore. The key is going to be just getting back out of the Dreadnought to use them. Now I have a decision to make, though. Do I actually make use of Berserk? Because if I don't use Berserk and I sell it, I make a lot of money. Oh, the main gouge boosts evasion, huh? By how much? Because it's usually like a parrying knife, so it makes sense that it would raise evasion. Only a little bit. Only a little bit of extra evasion. Yeah, it was only like a 7% increase. I don't think that's worth her picking up a whole new skill for. How much is the main gouge worth? Because we don't really have like a knife user. It's only 750. Flamebow's worth 2,500. You're almost to 100 there at this point, Natra. Which is insanity. I think we keep poison and we get rid of Berserk. And I think actually... Well, we get rid of some of these antidotes because I don't need this many of them. So we have some more inventory space. There's 6 antidotes plus all the Asunas we could cast. Should be plenty. I don't need the garlics, so we can get rid of those too. Mallet for curing amnesia I don't think is a big deal, though I might regret getting rid of that. So let's pick up another ether. Yeah, you just whack them on the head and they don't have amnesia anymore. In a lot of media, it for some reason works both ways, where if you hit somebody once, they get amnesia, you hit them a second time, they come back for some reason. It's weird. You just learn to roll with it, because it's never going to make sense anyway. Also, resting did not get rid of your blindness, so there you go. Exactly. If you don't remember that you forgot in the first place, then you can't have forgotten, clearly. We'll go ahead and give Firion the poison spell. He's the most likely one to use it since he is becoming our primary attack caster. Secondary support caster. I would give it to Gordon, but as I've talked about numerous times, he's clearly the the temporary party member we have right now, so I don't want to give him anything expensive or rare, because we'll just lose it. As it stands, I've spent time boosting him, so that already makes me mildly sad. Brain. Yeah, you still only have bronze gloves. I could give you the mithril gloves that Maria was wearing. Or I could give her back her armor at this point. Let's see how much this impacts her evasion at this stage of things. 38's fine. 38's plenty. This way she has more defense and still has solid evasion. I'm happy enough with that. Because honestly, with the 58 she had, she was not succeeding enough to make me happy. Now, did I want to buy one more ether since I could afford it? Because we have 3 again right now. A 4th one wouldn't be the worst thing to have. Yeah, let's grab a 4th one. This way, I'm less likely to need to use the cottages. Because, you know, just portable houses in our pockets. We'll save again here in case the antlions get us on the way back. Though I'll be taking the chocobo across the desert, so it shouldn't be a problem. This has definitely slowed us down a bunch, but that's not a surprise. Oh, this poor fool. Well, he's dead. Anyway, moving right along. These guys just keep rolling up like, you took out our captains, but we could get you. Ah! And then bees. Hey, look, a potion. Hooray. For when I invariably have to emergency 7 potions into somebody's face. Yeah, this second trip through the Dreadnought shouldn't be nearly as bad, considering we are going to be just going through for the most part. We don't have the Hill Gigas chest to deal with anymore. Just a fucking hill giant just chilling in a box for some reason. Which honestly, considering the size difference between that hill giant and the box it was in, I would be upset too. Being cramped in that little thing for God knows how long. Popping out like an angry Jack in the Box. Just gotta make my way back over past Cassian to get to the Chocobo Forest and then zoom my way across again. There we go. You know, I was thinking that the glare, since this game is brighter, wasn't going to be so bad, but I think I might end up closing my curtains either way, because the sun is in, like, the perfect position to be a giant ball of glare on my screen now. It's a shame, because I was hoping to get some extra sunlight, but so be it. Grab the chocobo and then I'll fix the curtain, so I don't forget what I was doing. And you can enjoy the chocobo music for a moment here while I fix it. Because I don't have a tie for that curtain or anything, so I just loop it over the curtain rod to get the curtain to stay out of the way. Because the windows aren't wide enough to really be able to push the curtains to one side fully either. Because they'll just unfold every time. Fuck you, desert, I have a bird. Hopefully when we rescue Cid, we just get access to the airship all the time. Though I'm betting that's not going to be the case. Okay, and we have returned. Save the game here in front of the Dreadnought again. Goodbye, Chocobo. Thank you for your service. You know, we do have all those cottages, so I could fight some more captains and then use one of the cottages. The reason I'm tempted for those who came in late is I got this flame bow off of one of the captains. That flame bow is, it's pretty strong. A 50 damage bow compared to the bow she had before I had her evasion training, which was 25. Pretty significant, you'd say. Pretty significant, right? So yeah, I think I'm gonna beat up some captains. The other cottage should be enough to get us through. Get a blink and a shield up, and then just beat the piss out of him. No more piss allowed for you. No more Maria allowed for us, apparently. Just eviscerated her immediately. So that's a problem. Gus, please fix the problem. Ark. Why is this one being more effective again? Like, I swear the more captains I'm killing, the more effective they're getting. Which makes nothing but sense, but it's also very upsetting. Guarantee a blink on her, please. So Gus is in shambles already. So I'm gonna need to get a blink for him here soon, too. Gus being able to actually damage these captains, though, is gonna make this faster. I'd love to get a shield up for you, but I think it's more important that you get some protection on Gus. Thank you for wasting your turn shooting arrows at him instead of murdering him like you should have. Okay, everybody's got blink up, so go ahead and hit him with a fire for 3. Go ahead and keep pushing Gus's hit points up. Gus push his hit points down. That's much better. 72, much more of a reasonable number. You see why this took so much of my resources for those who ended up coming in after these fights. It's a bit rough. It's a bit rough. Potentially very worth it, but very rough. Okay, he just rolled really high that time, apparently. I'm so glad I put up all that protection just for you to fucking die, Firion. Like, it makes me really wonder what the fuck the point is to doing all these protection spells if somebody just gets trucked anyway. Oh good, Maria got the kill. Means Firion is still dead, but that's fine. Hey, that was enough for Fire 3 as well. Golden Mail. I think that might be armor we didn't get before, so that's probably good. Anyway, hey Firion, stand up, asshole. Yeah, that's definitely better. And it's also poison protection, so there you go. Oh yeah, we did get a piece of golden mail before for Gus, right. You're already wearing silver plate. Well, you're the only one who doesn't have silver plate, so there you go. 5 more defense for Firion, though, is definitely worth the pain we took. Hey you, fight me again. Because we didn't burn enough resources to need to rest, so what I'm going to do is just fight a few captains, basically. Until we get low enough on mana that it's an issue, and then we will run out Cottage and then actually get through the dungeon. Go ahead and heal yourself right quick. Owie. Maybe I shouldn't fight this particular captain. He seems aggressive. Maria, I get the altruistic nature of what you've just done, but please do not fail to shield yourself in the future. This is exactly why you needed to have shielded yourself. Because she just got obliterated immediately. Give Gus a blink. You give her back her life. I wonder if it's factoring the blink into its decision as to whether to do a physical attack or not. It'd be very interesting if that was actually part of the process there. Great, I'm so glad I revived you just for you to die again, Maria. On the bright side, the more time she gets back on her feet and gets eviscerated, the less other people are getting eviscerated, so there's that. You know, you take the small blessings where you can get them. Case in point. So he has both defensive buffs up, and he still just lost, like, more than half his health. Let's try this plan again. Okay, you missed Firion, thank God. Dodge Master Firion at it again. So even at full health, Maria's not really going to take a blow from this guy very well. Ooh. Good 120. Love to see it. Just everybody hit him. Kill him. Crush him. Crush him under the weight of our magical power. Let's go. What did I get this time? Nothing. We got stats. Stats are good. Not what I was hoping to get, but you know what? Sometimes you gotta take what you can get. Imagine if I could actually, you know, put things like shield up before the fight starts. Just imagine if these kids had the sense to prepare that ahead of time, instead of having to wait for the fight to start to cast our protection spells. What a time to be alive that would be, eh? That's fine. Yeah, considering the drop table these captains have, I am definitely down for farming these guys a little bit. Because I feel like this will just make the rest of this dungeon easier for us. Which we kind of need at this rate, if I'm honest. I feel like we kind of need all the help we can get. Okay, everybody other than Gordon and Gus have Blink now, so that's fine. And she still died. Even with a shield up, she barely died. Great. I'm continuing to question whether it's worth my while to be using these protection spells. Because when they work great, and there's just situations where they don't work, like that. What I should really do is move Maria back to the back for fighting the captains, just because she just gets one shot by them. But if she gets put in the back rank, she's less likely to be targeted by them, and ideally less likely to just get obliterated. Yeah, I know you don't have a shield on, Gordon, but thank you for surviving that hit. We'll see about getting you fixed next. Like, Blink really seems to be the more important of the protection spells compared to Shield, just because Blink increases the odds of the targeted character not getting hit. And just avoiding getting hit in the first place is obviously superior to taking less damage when you get hit. Because if you don't take the damage in the first place, you don't have to heal the damage, thus improving your action economy immensely. It actually lends some credence to the classic statement of don't get hit, forehead. Just hammer him with all the magic again. And away he goes. Less trouble than the last time. Max skill up, HP up, not anything else out of that really. Which is not a surprise, we didn't end up actually doing as much as the previous encounter. Still need to heal a bit, so we'll have Gordon do it this time, because it's not as much missing health. And Maria's MP's getting kind of low, so this will probably be the last captain we do before we go into a cottage. We'll fight this captain instead. See if he is nicer, gives us stuff. We got Preemptive Strike on him, so that worked out well. He wasn't ready for us, just like the other one. Go ahead and try just AoE, Blink, AoE, Shield, since we've got the extra turn. With a bit of luck, this will also mean we get another level for Blink and Shield soon. I really should be working on Shell as well, but Shell really hasn't been as helpful. His magic's not as dangerous so far. Bear the keyword I mentioned there in mind, though, so far. That is both a bet hedge and an expectation, because I fully expect magic to become much more dangerous as we go along. 401, huh? Despite Shield and despite Blink. Okay, sure. You know what? I have an idea. Except you're not the one that has it, so never mind. I was gonna blind him and see if that helped, but Maria's the one with blind, and Firian's dead now too. This guy suddenly lashed out hard and just killed two people back to back. Cure yourself, even though it might not matter. Well, glad I didn't have her being the one reviving. This does mean we might end up in a revive loop again, though. But since your turn comes up so fast, Firian, I'm gonna have you try to get the revive off anyway. Okay, Gordon survived. Point here is he gets lots of targets to choose from, and we get maximum potential action economy on this particular turn. You hurl a bolt at him, you heal Firian, you hit him, you bolt him, and we hopefully just kill him. Nope, he just kills Firian instead. Right side, that means Maria heals herself instead, so the heal still went somewhere productive. And now he dies, so Firian, I think, still doesn't get anything out of that. Bolt magic up. I think dying loses you what you would have gained. I'm not certain about that. Like, I think you get to keep the spell experience, and that's it. Okay, cottage time it is. All in all, the captain farming was not worth it. The extra 5 defense for Firian is good, and the handful of stat increases we got aren't bad, but that was definitely not the results I was hoping for. Let's put it that way. Because the result I was hoping to get was getting, like, a fancy new sword or a new axe or something as well, and, it didn't happen. You know, just pop a gazebo up out of nowhere, and that makes us rest better for some reason. There we go. Everybody's back at full strength. We'll save the current state of affairs. And then we're going back into the Dreadnought and not fucking with the captains anymore. I'm still satisfied that I can at least fight them, though. Like, they don't just sit there and just trash us and take no damage, like they did in the previous area. And there's a chest right here that we just straight up didn't open. I saw it when we came in, too, but I forgot about it because of all the doors we were going through. And I don't think we went through this leftmost door either, so we'll check that on our way through. Then we'll go check the stairs we didn't go in, and then we'll actually go back the way we went before. There you go, Maria. Even blind, you hit him with a stick anyway. Experience agility continues to increase. I wish I could pass some of those agility increases on to Maria, honestly. Okay, useless room. And it was only 400 gil, so this chest was pointless to go fetch. But we had no way of knowing until we went and checked. I'm also going to check this door that's behind the stairs, because I don't know if we actually went to that one or not. I feel like I took one look at that and went, I don't care, and moved on. Enemy strikes first, which is fine. Look at Gus with his really lucky HP that's no longer there anymore. The gulf between my various characters here, in a lot of respects, is just fascinating. And I think that might be why this game feels like it has such weird difficulty spiking and everything, is the way characters improve is arguably detrimental to the overall experience. Like, I love the idea of it, but in practice it just isn't quite hitting. Because we've spent extra effort on grinding, and yet I don't feel like I'm necessarily stronger. Or entirely, you know? Now, that said, I think you might actually be able to really break this system. Okay, no, these are the stairs we used before. For some reason, I thought the stairs I'd used were further down. The second I walked through the door, though, memory clicked again, like, oh yeah! That is the way I went. And begs the question, what's at the end of the path down here, then? Experience strength went up. It's like, I feel like if you just gave your team massive strength and massive endurance, you would just chew through most things. The only problems you'd run into is when you start running into things that are just super physical immune. Or at the very least, super physical resistant. Like the turtles and things like that, and the captains. So even then you notice that Gus was chewing through him about as well as the magic was. You would just need immense enough strength to break past the resistance. No, I feel like we did go a long way around like this. Or is this just a case of there's two different little tiny staircases that look the same? Because I could have swore I went around this whole, like, left-hand loop. Well, if the staircase over here looks the same, we know that there's a problem. Okay, no, we definitely did go this way. But I feel like I did go into that tiny staircase, too. Let's double check that tiny staircase. I know I'm burning a lot of time and doing a lot of just running around in here, but this is what happens when you're trying to explore these dungeons, is unless you map out everything in your head and make sure to remember every move you chose to make, you end up having to recheck things. There's nothing about these dungeons is memorable. Same problem we had with the first game, and same problem we had with a lot of games of this type. Because honestly, JRPG dungeon design really just isn't very memorable. Like, it's much more of a genre issue than a specific series issue, I would say. Like, you are much more likely to remember the aesthetic of any of these dungeons, much more than the design or the layout. Well, the design and the layout are technically the same thing, but you get the point. Because, like, the aesthetic of a place can be great, and still end up being just a trash fire to get through. This place isn't difficult in terms of design, it just kind of is here. The fact that Maria does so much more damage than Firion with physical attacks now is so weird to me. Her HP and endurance continues to rise, which is great, considering she just keeps getting shit on anytime something hits her. She's up to 271, she's catching up to Firion. The thing is, his strength is 23, hers is 17. So you would think he would be doing more damage, but his attack is held back by the fact that his sword is not that good. So maybe I should give him back the ancient sword, even though when he was using it, it was rolling really weird. Like, maybe it's time to accept the risk and actually use the stronger sword. Okay, this looks like it's another part of the Dreadnought, so this is probably important to be in. I'm betting where I was going before would be where the engines are, and the prisoners are probably around here. Yeah, see, he did less damage with the ancient sword there, for example. So I'm wondering if there's just like a point where swords just kind of fall behind a little bit. More HP and endurance for Gordon. Also need to cure that poison. Hello, bot. Goodbye, bot. I've noticed, and I've mentioned this before, the bots really do just come in pairs these days. Like, they're multiplying. Which also goes to prove that everything Twitch is doing to try to curtail the bot problem has failed, and they probably should change what they're doing instead of pissing people off. Shade Bow. Is that stronger than the Flame Bow? No, it's just a bow that can blind enemies. But this is probably meant to be your next bow in progression if you don't fight the captains for the Fire Bow. Because that is still stronger than the Mithril Bow was. And obviously the added blinding is helpful. Now, what I'm thinking, though, is with the way this game's designed, using Blind and Poison is probably going to be a very good move on my part. Blind we already talked about, but Poison is more a matter of a lot of enemies seem to have, like, stupid defense and/or stupid magic defense. So, Poison, as long as it works, will provide me a means of getting their health bar down without having to fight their defense as much. Okay, I was right. This is where the prisoners are. This is when I find out, hey, we can't leave until you disable the airship, so we're just gonna sit in here. And I just scream internally in frustration because they're being stupid again. Because the whole reason they got captured in the first place is fucking stupid. Thief's gloves. Those sound like they might actually be useful. Gloves that boost agility and are more defense. Yep, Maria, you're wearing those. Wow, her agility's 26 now. How much did you have before those? Yeah, that's 10 agility on those gloves. I'm so glad I came in here. Is that makes her agility much more competitive with Firian's, so she'll actually get much better turn order. The iron bars were first open. I was gonna say, it's like, were they just not locked? Oh, it's good to see you. I am rather ashamed to tell you that we were caught when we came to take you back to our base. We must go now. I said, I'll take the princess to the airship, look for the engine, and toss the sunfire into it. This biggie will blow up then, so I'll be my baby ready for takeoff. Okay, good, now they leave. And this is why it's important to talk to everybody, because I'm betting things wouldn't have worked out well if we hadn't talked to Sid and had him move Hilda. So it would have been kind of funny if they blew up with the Dreadnought. Yeah, Maria does seem to still be going second, but that's okay. It just should mean that her turn order goes ahead of the enemies more. Which, for a healer, is vitally important. Yeah, see that attack doing 5? This is why I stopped using the Ancient Sword. Fucking Cursed Sword doing no damage. No damage at all. When it hits well. It may as well have been cursed to just miss half the time. Anyway, we're done down here. I have to assume that the other staircase I was looking at that all the captains wander around next to it probably leads to that chest that we couldn't get to. Or there's a secret wall that would have led to that chest. And I'm going to end up having to go back down there to find out what it is. On the bright side, once we defeat the Dreadnought, we'll have another major story step done, so that's good. Or, I presume major story step, considering we had to do 2 separate missions to deal with the Dreadnought, basically. And I'm assuming this will also lead to a confrontation with the Dark Knight that we've heard so much about. Gordon's spear and shield skill went up. They really don't want me getting to these stairs over here either. You would think they'd be guarding the stairs that led to the prisoners as well as they're guarding these random stairs over here. But maybe this is the captain's quarters over here or something. So they're much more defensive about that. magic defense up. Not really sure. Did they do a spell at all? I don't think they even did a spell or a skill or anything, and yet our magic defense went up. I don't really understand that. It's supposed to go up when you're targeted by something. But, you know, I ain't gonna argue. I'm away. Now, I was right. This is where the chest was. Now this is a different chest. Iron bars block the way the prison cell's empty. I'm aware that the prison cell is empty, but there's a chest in it. Why can't I open this one? We were able to force the other one open, but we can't force this one open. This is dumb. There's a chest quite literally right there, and I'm just not allowed to get to it for arbitrary reasons, apparently. Like, if we had to do something to open the other cell, I would be much more accepting of this one not being openable. But, just... Oh, yeah, there was a secret wall. Crescent! And a monster. That's fine. We got something cool. I'm fine with this. Okay, so we got a pair of sergeants. Considering the sergeant used to be a boss enemy, that's concerning. This means it's time to get all our buffs up. I really wish I could get at those warlocks, but that's why they have all of these guys in the way. Okay, they don't hit nearly as hard as they used to, though. Okay, Gordon can just deal with the warlocks. This is perfectly fine, then. And the soldiers are irrelevant. They hit for 0. Oh, against basically everybody. Based on how this is going, just start cooking sergeants. Everybody focus on him. You bolt the warlock. And we'll just disregard the soldiers. These sergeants have got nothing on their captains, so it's a non-issue. Poison 5 is mildly annoying. Yeah, even the sergeants are just doing nothing. There we go. Yeah, they're also just a non-issue at this point, it seems. So everybody just beat the shit out of them, then. And you keep getting rid of the warlocks. Yeah, when even Maria's doing over 100 damage to something, you know its defense is no longer a concern. Though the Ancient Sword continues to let me down. That Crescent, though, should be a very good replacement. Nice, shield is up to 4. We got another Mage's Staff and a Fire Scroll, huh? Less exciting. But that does mean that those Warlocks are a source of just a lot of spell scrolls, which is cool. So... Ooh, Sword that puts foes to sleep. It is another 5 attack higher. Still not really remarkable, though. Like, do swords just get the short end of the stick in this game or something? Then again, he is on par with Gordon now. Oh, with his trident. So maybe not just swords get the short end of the stick particularly. Could have used our dual-wielding mage stabs. Which reminds me, I never did test to see if those disappear when you try to use them. So we could test that theory, since we have a second one now. See if using it in combat casts a spell. Anyway, I guess the logic is you can't just force the bars on that chest open because you're not as motivated. And there's some nonsense like that. Okay, yeah, it is targeting everything, so it'll do an AoE bolt of some kind. do Bolt 3. Bolt 5. Okay. Not impressive because, it's a spread shot, so it's not that great. Oh, it's also a sickle. Interesting. Then again, it is called the Crescent, so I guess that's why it's the Crescent, is it's shaped like a crescent. Still doing wildly varying damage for some reason. Like, if Firion's strength was the same as Maria's, as in, like, below 20, I'd be a lot more understanding about the weirdness with his damage. But it just keeps just kind of shitting the bed, and it's a little frustrating, if I'm honest. Okay, I need to sort my inventory so the 4 ethers are together. Got some nifty stuff now, though. So I'm pretty happy about that. Is the staff in her... No, the staff is still there. So that's really good, actually. That means when she starts getting low on MP, we can just have her start spamming Bolt 5. Which is hilarious to think about, considering that would be stronger than her current Bolt spell. Or like, we just have lots of annoying encounters, she can just Bolt 5 them away. Let me go ahead and get the Asuna-ing out of the way, and then I'm probably gonna get up again since the ads are coming up. Okay, BRB. Refill my water and all of that. Alright, back to it. Let's see about making our way further down. Because now we've checked all of the paths other than the one we had taken initially. I love how I keep taking the right path through the dungeon first and having to backtrack for loot as well. Like, I don't even know where I'm going, and I just keep picking the right roads every time. There you go, that's a real hit. Hit Firion, let's go. Though, I should double check his sword skill. His sword skill might be the reason why he's got such varied and kind of meh damage, because he's been spending so much time not using his swords. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. You've missed absolutely nothing. Aside from a little bit more of me theorizing why Firion's attacks are kind of mid at this point. Since I'm coming in here to fix Gus again anyway, we can check to see if the thing I was thinking about is correct. No, Firion's sword skill is 5, so that's not the problem. His accuracy is kind of shit for some reason. He has 5 accuracy and 5 sword skill, but he's got a 34% chance to hit. What? Like, Maria's up to 81%, Gus is at 98%, though his makes sense. He's got 9 axe skill and 9 accuracy. Gordon's got 85 with 5 accuracy and 5 skill as well. Is it the sword? Is the crescent just really inaccurate? Yes, the crescent is just inaccurate. Okay. Makes sense. It's a weird sickle, so that at least makes sense. We won't worry about that further at the moment then. Because it is still a stronger sword, so we'll just hope that he just can compensate for the bad accuracy. Which, honestly, he probably will be fine, because he's going to be focusing more on his attack magic anyway in any more significant encounters. So it'll have a way of just, like, sorting itself out, you know? Just gonna go blow up the Dreadnought, and then we run for our lives. And everybody will be happy. It'll never not be funny to me seeing the staff animation happen with Maria, and then her doing more damage than Firion, though. It's simultaneously funny and kind of annoying. Which is why I was trying to figure out why Firion's attacks were just not doing it. But it has to be the accuracy difference. Thing is, without more attacks, his accuracy's not going to get any better. So, it'll be what it'll be. See, like, that was 1 hit, so 1 hit doing 41 is fine. Considering 5 hits on the offhand axe from Gus did double that. That's reasonable. It is kind of neat, though, having these weapons with different variation to them that you actually have to pay attention to, so that not every weapon is just a statistical improvement. I'm actually very happy with that as a concept. Even if it does mean Firion's kind of left in the lurch weapon-wise right now. Like, he either takes the horrible accuracy down that he's got right now, deals with the weird ancient sword, or goes back to the mithril sword, which is a massive damage down compared to everybody else. Which makes me very happy I chose to have him be my attack caster, considering... So that dynamic may shift when we get a 4th Earth party member again. But obviously we have Gordon right now, but I'm still assuming Gordon's temporary. When I say a 4th party member, I mean one that I think will actually stay with us permanently. I do feel less like this area's a slog compared to the Castle Cassian, though. That castle was just... ugh. And it's not just because of the fact that the encounters here feel a bit smoother and easier. Just the layout of this place is also less annoying. There's about as many stairs, but it's not as long a trip between them, and it's not looping around in on itself as badly. Okay, new territory. Assuming that all this is going to lead down to the stairs that lead to the engine. So, looks like we're in some kind of crew quarters area, or a storeroom of some sort, perhaps. This might be like the crew quarters right above the engines. This is the PlayStation Origins version in their style file. How have you been? We're playing Origins because it's the first available English version. And it's the one that I had once upon a time. Okay, all these paths are blocked. Glad to hear it. Security's a lot tighter down here. From all I've seen, the Game Boy Advance version is a lot easier, because they fixed a lot of the weird foibles this game has by that point. I had considered doing a really stupid decision and playing the original, but I wasn't sure I could actually find a reliable English patch for it or anything. Nor did I want to deal with it after dealing with Final Fantasy I. And of course, you know, the pixel remasters exist, but that would have involved spending money. And I had said when I set all these up that it was going to be the first versions of things as an interesting add-on to it. This just ended up passing because of the fact that it was the first available English version. Otherwise, I would have technically had to do the Famicom version. This is why you leave loopholes in your own statements, so you can dodge bad decisions. Or at least bad enough decisions that would be a major ordeal. I should heal soon, but we can do that out of combat. That'll be fine. Because we won't be healing enough before these fights end for it to be too big a deal. Probably. The Game Boy Advance can do well with music, but the people making the music on it have to really know what they're doing with it, and I can't promise whether they did for the port for this or not. I just don't have any real, like, means of comparison without listening to it. Dead end. Man, there's just a lot of dudes down here. This must be leading to the engines, considering how heavily guarded this is. And I would try to barrel through one of them, but we've already learned that even if I kill a captain, they stay on the map, so it would go nowhere. And while I would be hopeful that these guys would drop up better stuff like the first couple captains I killed did, I don't want to deal with it right now. Speaking of, put Maria back in the back so she's not targeted as easily, now that her evasion and agility have trained up a bit more. Oh no, not Bolt 5. Anyway, anybody feel that stiff breeze that hit us? Because that's about all we got there. I'm so glad our magic defense is up a bit. Otherwise, that probably would have hurt a lot. Though honestly, AoE magic in this game just seems to have been, like, nerfed into the ground. I'm just glad it works both ways for that, where their AoE magic sucks too. Is like they're casting spells at like 2 higher levels than I am, and their AoEs are doing less than mine. HP and endurance all around. 2 Berserk Scrolls? Hello, money. Because for anybody who's come in late, those Berserk Scrolls are worth 5,000 each. We've been struggling to even have the amount we have on hand right now, the 13,000 that we have. So that's basically just gonna double the amount of money I have. So Warlocks are really, really profitable. But you know, no matter the context you look at there, that's a true statement either way. Okay, yeah, that's proving the point I made before about being in the front versus the back. Maria is now missing all the time again. It was definitely because of the fact that she was in the back trying to use melee weapons that she was missing all the time before. So we might cycle her back to the bow now that she's got the thief gloves for the really high agility. Is that should compensate for the fact that her evasion's gonna get dropped like a stone by swapping her gear and not having a shield anymore. Because we did, after all, pick her up that flame bow that I would like to see. Yeah, see, her evasion's down to 15% now. Which is kind of ick. Though, you know, that begs a question now, actually. Since Blink raises your evasion, does that mean it makes you go faster in turn order, too, since your evasion affects turn order? That's a thought, actually. Because that would be a way to actually break this a bit. Ooh, wow, that's actually be pretty good for just a 2-hit attack she just did there. Then again, these are weak to fire. It does remind me, though, I should check. How was her accuracy affected by the switch? 64%? That's not bad, honestly. If I had waited till her staff skill was 5, we probably would have seen a worse accuracy difference than that. Because it seems like your accuracy's capped at your weapon skill. Well, there's the engine. Seems to be the Dreadnought's engine. Let's just ask it questions for fun. This engine has no opinions on anything. What do you think of Hellfire? Nothing happened. Can't ask it about the Sunfire either. Well, guess we'll just, you know, chuck the torch in there. Clearly what you're actually supposed to do is chuck the Sunfire from it in, but I wanted to see what happens if I just chuck the whole torch in. The Sunfire was thrown into the engine. Kaboom. We should go before this finishes exploding. Don't think you've won just yet. What? Brother, could it be you? Dun dun dun. We've got no time for that now. Let's catch Cid's airship. Good luck with that, buddy. Goodbye! Considering we're watching them run out of here, I think we all know something bad's gonna happen at some point. I'm glad I don't have to physically run out of here, though. That saves me a lot of trouble. It does tell me that I over-prepared for the way out, though, because there's not going to be encounter after encounter after encounter on my way out of here. No boss fight, though, which is a little weird. Look at it just going up in flames. And to think, at the rate we were clearing through that place, we probably could have just taken control of that Dreadnought and used it for ourselves instead. But no, we chose to blow it up. We still have our own airship anyway. Great success. Never did fix the graphical glitching happening here, so sorry to everyone's eyes about that, but you know. Minor issue compared to everything else. Probably something with the upscaling making it mad. More than likely emulator. I don't know for a fact one way or the other because I've not actually looked at footage of the like footage of an actual copy of it, and I never got to the part where I had the airship when I played it once upon a time. So you'd have to look up an answer on that one. But considering the amount of odd visual glitches I've seen with emulation, I'm sure it's just an emulator issue. I just need to sit there and fiddle with the settings till it doesn't happen anymore. Without a reliable way of getting onto an airship, I can't test it consistently, so I never fixed it till now. Gordon, Mindu, and Firion, I wish to leave you my final words. Be glad I lived long enough for you to hear these. Gordon, in such short time you've matured as a leader, but you're still a bit of an idiot. Please take my place as the commander of my army and help Hilda. With my life, your majesty. Mindu, I believe the time has come to unseal the Ultima Scroll. Yes, your majesty. I shall depart immediately. Firion, go to Deist. Deist's dragoons were decimated, but there must have been some survivors. We will need the help of both the Wind Drakes and the Dragoons. Together you can restore peace to our people. Be strong and keep your faith. Please, take care of Hilda. Convenient death. Your Majesty. And away he went. His people needed him in the sky. This is a terrible loss, but we must go on. Yeah, he'll just show up as a ghost later, conveniently at some point. Now let's go. We have duties to fulfill. Oh, there goes Gordon. Oh, out of the party as predicted. Once more, we are down to 3. Proving once again why I was saying that I wasn't going to invest anything too heavy into Gordon, because he wasn't going to stay. Oh yeah, you may as well take the ice shield, shouldn't you? Diamond shield is resistant to bolt. Which is why he was taking so much less damage from the bolt spells that were getting thrown out. It's 47 with that one. I want to see if there's a difference between the shields. 47 still. Okay. Go ahead and keep the ice shield for now, then. And we'll ditch the gold shield now, because we don't need it, since most of us have gold armor, which is resistant to poison anyway. I don't know if that stacks. I'm just coming over here to get rid of things. And then we will proceed. Yeah, I don't need 2 of those. Don't need that. I don't need the shade bow since the flame bow is better. The blinding is a nice idea, but I don't need it. Yeah, we'll get rid of at least one of these. I might actually teach somebody Berserk on the off chance I end up using that. Fire, we may as well hang on to for the next person we pick up, depending on what they know how to do. I don't know why I thought they were gonna have any better stuff suddenly. I'm busy, don't you see? Shoo! Shoo! Yeah, he's still not useful anymore. This was just basic attack spells and cures, so there's no point going in there. Tilda in the church, or did she just suddenly appear back where she was now? Now that the king's dead? She wasn't in her room. I could stop off at the item shop, but I have no need for that at the minute, since we still have a decent stock of ethers and a cottage, so I should probably pick up a second one. Nope. Gordon's just chilling in the other chair now. When the Emperor invaded Deist, people only thought it a minor skirmish. But his aim was to exterminate the Dragoons. Memorize Dragoons? Tell me more about Dragoons. I hear even the youngest of Dragoons can communicate with his wind drake, but I wonder, can humans really speak to dragons? People do it all the time. Maybe you'll find a wind drake in Deist. If you do, it will aid you greatly on your missions. Go to Paloom and look for a boat that will take you to Deist. Alright. Thank you for clear instructions for a change, Gordon. Much better instructions than most. Hilda's probably in mourning somewhere. She might actually be in her room, because I assume the room in the bottom right corner was her room. Let's hit the inn before we head out, in case we didn't technically get rested. I think we are rested already, but bed hedging. Yeah, we're good. So Gus is no longer at 10 MP, and I'm sad about that. He was supposed to stay down there. But he ended up having to cast life so often to dig us out of a couple problems that it was inevitable. Safe bet that we will be picking up a Dragoon down in Deist. And need... had a whole sneezing fit. Apologies. Most sneezes in one go that I've had in a while. But I assume there's gonna magically be a boat that'll take us to... I can't help but notice there's no boat parked here. Oh, then again, we last took the boat over and then didn't take it back, though, so maybe it's just not here because of that. Aha. His agility went up, which is good. Needs all the agility she can get. You're different. You're looking for a vessel to Deist, right? Well, lucky you. My ship's about to set sail for that very destination. Care to come along? There's something about this woman. I don't know if we should do this. Hey, but it's for free, miss. We'd like to take you up on your offer. Please take us to Deist. It's a trap, isn't it? Now you're talking. I'll be waiting for you outside the town, okay? The good news is she's dressed uniquely enough that she might end up being a main character. Or she's a villain. She's definitely too stand out to be just an NPC. And they also don't tend to give all the NPCs names. So that's a lot of red flags all at once there. We have nothing really to do here aside from if I want to pick up those extra ethers like I was thinking about. And we do have a bunch of money, so... Actually, no, we have 4 ethers. Let's grab a cottage. Grab 2 ethers. Keep the 15,000 for the next town. So we can pick up spells and gear. Alright, let's see how badly this goes. Obviously, we'll save before we get aboard the boat. Yeah, see, it's not even parked in the port. So one of 2 situations is likely here. A, we're taking a boat with a pirate, which that's fine. Or, we're getting set up for an Imperial trap. Or both. She may in fact be a pirate being paid off by the Empire right now. Though that does mean she might be willing to be paid off to turncoat against the Empire too. We'll see. Yeah, exactly. Let's see how this trip turns out. Mystery Answer C could also be the boat just sinks along the way, because it's Final Fantasy and boats sink all the damn time. Yep, it's a trap. Okay, no, it is just piracy, though. Alright, give up all your belongings. Be glad I'm sparing your lives. What? You want to fight against all of us? Bloody fools. Exactly. That's a lot of pirates. Let's see how you sailors like getting blasted with Fire 3 twice. Yeah, it's not gonna do a lot. Didn't think so. It's really impressive looking and probably sets the boat on fire. One pirate dead. I wonder if she realizes that her whole crew is going to die here. Like, I'm not exactly the take prisoners type here. Especially when somebody betrays me. On the bright side, we'll have our own ship here soon, when I've slaughtered the crew and thrown her overboard. So, you know, we got that going for us. There we go. That was a massacre. Thanks for the gold, though. So what do you think of that now, huh? Alright, you got us now. Do whatever you want. Well, what are you waiting for? Don't you want to kill us for what we did? Nah, you're more useful alive. What? You want us to join you to fight against the Empire? Rogues like us? You're the perfect rebels. Smugglers and pirates always work with the rebel factions. That's how this works. Alright, fellas, to your posts. Buddy will go anywhere or on the earth with you. That seems like a bit of a big swing, but sure. And Layla's joined the party. What do you know? And now I have control over the boat. Let's see what her stat line looks like. Oh, that's already some tragic hit points there. Well, now that's interesting. She's got a dagger, a sword, and she's also got a bow equipped as an item. Huh. Does that mean she can switch to it, or does she just use it as an item and she just shoots? I didn't know that was an option. Also, we can definitely get you better stuff than that. But right now, we don't have a better sword on hand. Take these gloves, you're gonna need them. I unfortunately can't give her a better bow for that spot. That does make a good point, though. We can give somebody the... In fact, Firion, here, you take it. We can put a mage staff in somebody's equipment to use it that way. Which is, in hindsight, something I should have thought of before selling the other mage staff, but, you know. If I really am... Oh no, actually I can't. I was gonna say, if I'm really desperate, I could go get more of those by killing more warlocks, but we blew up the place where the warlocks live, so that's a little bit of a problem. I didn't actually pay attention to the rest of her statistics because of that, though. 2 accuracy, which is kind of horrendous. She at least has 2 evasion, which is not bad. 2 magic defense, which is expected. Agility's really high. Her stats are okay. They're not remarkable by any means, but it's passable. She's another case of us getting a party member who's a little bit behind the curve instead of ahead of the curve. So now we're heading... I mean, the game says to go to Puffed, which doesn't make sense, but we also don't know where Diced is unless it's this island. Which we were told to take a boat to Diced, so let's check that little tiny island there. Unless we getting... Yeah, because we were also sailing south, not north. So if we were going to Puffed, you would think we would have been sailing in that direction. Despite the fact that the game's trying to tell me to go to Puffed. How strong are these sea serpents? Also, am I the only one who thinks it's kind of weird that she starts with some health missing? We didn't even fight her. We fought her crew. And yet, somehow, she started injured. Oh, of course those poison. Everything poisons. Heal our new companion. Her taking hits here is a good thing, though, because it means her endurance will go up. She clearly is going to need. And, well, too late on the healing. Maria, this is why I sped you up, was so that you would hopefully, you know, heal people before they died, instead of being targeted of the party. But you know what? It's fine. Yeah, you go ahead and cast life. Just keep killing. Yeah, I kind of figured since they're sea serpents, they'd be weak to electricity. Honestly, I don't even think predicting what happened here was even that much of a surprise, considering it was a very predictable situation. There we go, health and endurance goes up. So Asuna the poison. Admittedly, her endurance is still kind of shit, so her health growth is not going to be that good. But it'll be fine. This does mean we're probably not getting a Dragoon in the party, then. Unless she suddenly becomes a Dragoon, which would actually be kind of incredible. I wonder, if I give you the dagger instead of the longsword, how does it affect your stuff? Her accuracy went up a bunch with 2 daggers instead of a dagger and a sword. I think her evasion got better? No, her evasion stayed the same. I do like the idea of twin daggers instead of dagger and sword, though. Even though it fits the pirate theme a bit better to use what she had. I think matching weapons will be a bit easier to use. Maybe when her accuracy gets better, I'll consider giving her back a sword. So this also means that she won't be fighting for gear with Firion. Which is the other thing. Fish. Actually, no, if you're gonna cast Bolt, just use the Mage Staff. See how Bolt 5 feels for these things. Yeah, that's about as expected, considering they have a very drastic weakness to it. Sea Serpents do have a fair amount of hit points, so I gotta say. Firion gained more HP, which is good. He still needs more too. Did I go down too far? I did. It's hard to tell how far you're traveling when all you can see is water. There we go. This does not, however, quite seem like where I'm trying to get to. It just seems like a cave. Oh, you know what I should have done as well? We'll check after this combat. Is there something I didn't even think of? Layla's knife skill went up. Which that's relevant to what I'm checking as well. Yeah, she's left-handed. That's what I was suspicious of, because I kept seeing her attack with the dagger first. So you actually want to have her better weapon in her left hand. That will make a massive difference for her. Because everybody else is right-handed, right? Yeah. That's why that threw me off. It's like every character we had gotten prior was right-handed. But it mentioned whether they were left or right-handed, so it made sense that somebody at some point was going to have the other hand. And be the priority. Before we go in there, let's save in case this is not where I'm supposed to be going. By any stretch of the imagination. There's a very real possibility I'm going to go in here and get my shit pushed in. Tropical Island. Yeah, this is definitely not daced. But there's treasure to be had. Red moose. Okay. Well, since you're red, I'm going to assume you're weak to ice instead, then. You only have bolts, a bolt anyway. Yeah, that did okay damage. That did no damage. So maybe they're weak to bolt instead, then. Because I'm assuming they're fire-based. And as expected, physical damage is useless. Bolt it is, then. Again, use the staff if you're gonna bolt. It does mean that Firion doesn't have to train bolt at all. Though, it also does mean that he's never gonna get better with it either. That worked. And unfortunately, by using that, he also hampers his MP growth because he's not using his magic points at all. Eye drops. Well, that's less than exciting. This place doesn't seem that bad so far, though, so we could probably clear this out while we're here. This may be an optional place. Okay, so Deadheads and a Dead Ringer. We saw Dead Ringers before. Deadheads are obviously just the upgraded version. We don't know how dangerous these are, so let's preemptively get our protection up this time. Yeah, that's way more effective. Okay, most of us got out our blink, so that's good. Yeah, we still can one-shot these with Gus, so we're fine. The day I can't kill something with Gus is the day I'm scared of whatever it is. Jesus, they hurt, though. Okay, the one at the bottom is now dead. Never mind. I was gonna say it's asleep, but it's sleeping permanently now. Hit 9 damage with a crit. His daggers just suck so badly. Hey, higher level blink. Let's go. And based on the fact that a lot of the shields that Maria is casting at this point aren't failing anymore, I do think level does impact the odds of success. One died. And now the rest died. Raising her MP and raising her bolt skill would both be a very good idea. Ether. See, ordinarily I'd be sad to see a consumable item, but that's a consumable I'm happy to see, because that's an expensive one. Okay, rats we've seen before as well, so this is definitely a place I'm meant to be able to go to right now. I just don't, again, I'm torn between whether this is optional or if this, like, leads to Dazed or something. And since the dot of progression was not here, I'm gonna assume it's not actually here that we're supposed to be. But I'll take the profit out of this place while we're here. Because I could always use more money. And there's so much treasure in this cave. Whether any of it'll be worthwhile... But this is also going to be a great opportunity to train Layla up a bit and get her up to speed before we do the real full area. Considering, you know, she's got skill 2 with her weapon. Well, I think she's at skill 3 already, but you get the point. And there's a part of me that is considering the idea of getting Layla Cure just because she's so fast. But that would be a whole other character to have to train Cure up with, and I'm not really that into that idea. I've already done a bad enough training it up on anybody other than Maria that's a consistent member of the party. Because Gordon was our secondary healer who is no longer here. That was the one thing that I pinned around him, which was definitely not my wisest idea. But, you know, we make do. There we go, knife skill improved. Ship to 4 now? Should be 4. Another high potion. Yep, skill 4, so her accuracy just continues to rise, which is great. Which if I gave her the sword back, she would fall apart pretty much immediately. I am kind of sad to have sold the Shade Bow now, because I presume that she could have used that as an alternative. Which, actually, let's test something here. Yeah, no, she just... It doesn't do anything. This was purely here for flavor. And you know, I can respect that. Though actually, I think what it's there for is so she could hot swap to a different weapon. Because based on the fact that I could pick it up, it probably is able to be moved into her hands. So that's the real answer for what it's there for. But that also removes the fun potential of just firing arrows that way. Because what I was wondering is, maybe internally the soldiers and such all had bows as items, and that's where the arrow skill came from, is why I was like, wait, there's logic here. But no, clearly that's not the case, since that bow doesn't work in the item slot. That's a lot of bad. I might genuinely just take the dagger out of her other hand for the time being, because it's doing zeros, and her dagger will suddenly start doing more, I mean, her main gouge, rather, will start doing more damage when it's the only weapon she's using. The other side of the coin is, I believe her weapon skill improves faster with 2 of the weapon than it does with 1. Using Gus as the example there, because he's been dual-wielding the whole time, and he has the highest weapon skill out of everybody. But Gus also has not done anything but swing his axes the entire game, so there's that layer to it as well. Oh hey, a mace. Hooray. We left those behind a good, like, 3 areas ago, but you know, I guess that's a thing. Yeah, you'll notice her attack goes down a little bit. But her accuracy went up ever so slightly. Silk Web? Is that a usable thing? Silken Strands with slow effect. It is. Hey Layla, you know what would be better than that bow you can't use being there? Take the Silk Strands. The thing is, it's kind of like throwing a net at people, and a pyro would definitely do that. So that's fitting. She's also the fastest party member we have. So she goes first, throws the slow, and then profit. The thing is, I don't know if that's consumed either. I would assume it is, probably. So it may very well just sit in her inventory till she leaves the party, and then I'll just be sad because it never did anything. Okay, yeah, so it does intelligently split the damage. Good to know. We had more or less verified that with magic, I feel, but more proof is always nice. Yes, hit Layla. Get her endurance up, please. Yeah, she's doing way better with her one knife now. I'm so glad I didn't sell the main Gauche when I was thinking about it. Is quite literally the whole reason I held on to it. It's like, I'm gonna get somebody who uses these at some point. It's a safe bet we'll get party members that use every weapon in the game over time. It is sad to have lost the trident that Gordon had, but the game might give it back to me if he ever rejoins the party. So leaving somebody with a better weapon is probably a better call anyway. It's not like I had anybody else using spears anyway. More treasure! I wonder if there's gonna be a boss in this place or not, since, as far as we know, it's optional. Almost got a kill there. The damage variance in this team continues to just be magical to me. Including the amount of times Furion doesn't do anything. I swear characters are taking turns being useless in this party. Because we had that whole Maria can't hit anything arc. Now we've got the Furion can't do damage arc. Slumber Stalk. I'm going to assume that that is just an item that puts an enemy to sleep. Or puts sleep effect, yeah. Let's not go down yet, because obviously there's more treasure to be had. Oh, we got a yellow moral, which I'm going to assume is going to be resistant to Bolt. So let's just go ahead and hit that with fire? Because if the red moose is weak to Bolt, logic would denote that the circle would go thusly. Fire is weak to Bolt, Bolt is weak to Ice, and then Ice beats Fire. Except something went wrong with that statement regardless, but we'll test things and we'll find out. He didn't heal from it or anything, he just took no damage from it. Poison? Yep, Ice was the correct choice. This is why it's good to have many flavors of magic at your disposal. Just imagine if all I had was fire. These things would be a nightmare to deal with. This is why you always keep an array of spells at your disposal. Hey, look, more poison. I also forgot to cure the poison. Gus has so much hit point. Like, he has more hit points than the entire party combined. Still. Like, no matter how much the team's health grows, Gus's health outgrows everyone's constantly. And it's all because I ended up pumping up his endurance a bunch because I just used him as a punching bag for everybody else's training for a while, which made his endurance grow way ahead of everybody else's. Because every time your HP goes up, it goes up based on your endurance. So whereas everybody else is gaining like 20 HP a level, he's gaining 44 a level. And since he loses HP way more often than everybody else, for the most part, he also has been gaining HP more often than everybody else. Leading to him just beating the team's meat wall. Like, look at that. He's not even in danger from weathering a couple of over 100 damage hits. Like, he's the only man in this party that can take an attack from himself and live. Anybody else Gus attacks would just crumple. Well, aside from Firion on occasion, Firion can take a hit from Gus sometimes. Because he's got some decent damage reduction. No, they ruined the 666 health that Gus had. Oh, we put the Ratty to sleep. And then his friend died. And then he died too. So he didn't miss his friend for long. Blind scroll. Okay. Not that exciting. I might teach somebody one of the poison scrolls. Ooh. Poison Toad. Good crit, and goodbye Poison Toad. That seemed way more concerning until it just exploded. We did hit it with a crit, but it also died like halfway through the turn. So you got bow skill 5 now. Your accuracy is definitely getting better, which is good. I came in this menu for a reason. Oh, right. Teaching people spells. I still never taught anybody Berserk. I think you would do well to know Poison, because it gives you a unique thing to do. Teach you Blind as well. The Berserk Scroll is very expensive, so I'm not really the biggest fan of teaching an extra character that. But I don't see either of these two really using it that much, because of all the other things they're doing already, and Gus doesn't do magic. And again, it seems like a fitting character to give a Berserk spell to. This is by the simple logic of she would be doing all kinds of tricks to not have to do a fair fight. So lots of debuffs and trickery just seem fitting. Let's get you some practice with those spells, let's say. Oh, Berserk does boost attack. but it like will do the typical boost attack and remove the ability to control yourself, I presume. So maybe that actually wasn't a worthwhile thing to have taught you then. Because my logic was going to be to make enemies go berserk so they attack each other. So I know that works some of the time. Based on the way this dungeon is so far, I'm not going to worry about pausing during the ads this time. We're just going to keep on trucking unless I see something new. Because it's just a cave. Just a cave that happens to be very overgrown. I'll let y'all know if I find anything cool. Loot-wise. This is not cool nor loot. Bugman Gleam. Let's see, go ahead and just deal with that. You really don't have anything that's gonna be great against these yellow mooses. Just keep casting poison so you practice your poison. Oh, it actually healed them. So, yeah, you know, they were doing poison before, so it makes sense. Thankfully, you are at least doing enough damage to be able to kill them. So you hit that with ice. You hit that with ice. You just hit that, and you bolt that. Because we don't quite have strong enough spells other than that Bolt 5 from the staff for me to be comfortable AoEing these guys. Even with their weakness to it, it's not going to be so fast to be worth it. There we go, Layla gained more magic and more MP, so she will actually be functional in terms of magic now. More garlic that I don't need. This game doesn't have a cooking minigame, so I have no reason to care about that. Nah, we should be fine just hitting these. Exactly, just eat the garlic. Everybody will be happier that way, because the garlic is otherwise useless. Because all it does is do some damage to undead, and we already have a great way of dealing damage to undead, called hitting them with heavy objects until they stop moving. These do solid damage, I'll give them that. They've chosen poorly by targeting Gus, though. Exactly. Just carve a steak out of a steak and people have to figure that out. Nobody ever said it would be effective, but it would confuse people. Okay, now Gus is actually in danger. I should probably do something about that. Exactly. I am shocked that Gus is still alive. He just happened to get lucky and get knocked to 1 instead of killed. Not that we can't just fix that anyway, but it's still incredible. Mr. over 1,000 hit points over here still somehow ends up nearly dead. Good, good. More shield. You always want more shield. Let's actually, you know, spend some time refilling the massive HP pool there. This is true. So it's an odd situation because he's got the highest defense, and yet he takes some of the highest amounts of damage from a single hit as well. So it's always a weird situation there. Makes me genuinely wonder if there's some layer of, like, percentage damage in there somewhere. And welcome back from the ads, everybody that was stuck in them. As you can see, we're still in here, still fighting slimes, so you didn't miss anything. Aside from Gus passing the 1,000 HP mark, you missed that. That's not really that much of a thing. That's what's commonly referred to as an inevitability. Yeah, this probably leads to that chest I was looking at. You know, game, that you're really not making a point with these things. All this does is motivate me to kill them harder. No, not that one. Look, if these were mooses, they would actually be impressive, and they're not. There it is. This is why the naming convention for these is pointless. I never did actually look to see whether the name difference was just a translation thing or if they just decided to be different. Yeah, those are a whole other thing. Which I haven't the slightest idea when they started with that idea either. I want to say even in the same point in time they end up getting used interchangeably. So nobody just ever understands. That would be the assumption, but there's no real verification. Yeah, D&D had puddings and other things. And of course, you know, there would also be the split between the Dragon Quest games and Final Fantasy as well. And since Dragon Quest uses slimes a lot, it would make sense for there to be a split there, so that you're not using the same naming that way. There's some logic there. Hey, a phoenix down, and a monster! I'm much more interested in the monster, if I'm honest. Really? This is what you have pop out of a chest, and you think this matters? Okay. I guess this is a thing, video game. Yeah, Bolt 5 was never going to be that impressive there. You know exactly what you're getting with a lot of Dragon Quest spells. You want to zoom? Okay, zoom! Let's not forget the Bang series of spells either. That one I didn't know anything about. But I also never dug deep in there. Yep. I'm sure they thought they were very clever with that one. That one was because they started running out of ways to add on to Zap to make it make anything. Try saying that 3 times fast. We came from up there. We went down those stairs. Let's try these stairs. Well, yeah, you read it, but that's not the same as saying it. Yeah. Doesn't he have like 3? I forget. It's been too long. It's very much a, I won! No, you didn't. I won! No, you didn't. Yeah. Magic's a hell of a drug. Uh-huh. Clearly, when he loses all of his limbs, he's gotta start taking you seriously. Considering the artists involved, that makes nothing but sense, doesn't it? Dragon Quest has a way of just taking the wildest turns, but also still giving you the exact result you'd expect. Ooh, lots of treasure. Whether any of it will be anything worthwhile, well, we'll find out. First, more frogs. I don't care that they're toads, they're frogs. Yeah. Now, that does make sense. It's also very easy to consume story type, so it makes sense for that to be what they went for. Same reason why most Final Fantasy stories are pretty simple in the overall results that happen. Is it's meant to be mass consumable and simple. Occasionally they slide in something extra there, but it generally isn't too deep most of the time. Well, of course. You gotta have something to lighten the mood. It's a balancing thing. So, depending on who you are, the puns may just aggravate you instead, but that's, you know, that's an individual problem, not the... That's not on them to worry about. You have a bunch of ethers right now, so you know what? Just in case. I try to avoid using them because they're so damn expensive in this game. Slumberstalk. Gaia Drum and an enemy. I'm glad I restored some mana now, since there's another monster chest. Oh. You know, there was a time in this game where these monster chests were threatening. And instead it's just this. Just things that were already in the area. Give me another Hillgigas. I mean, sure, it almost killed me, but that makes it more interesting. Another Slumberstalk. This was ultimately not worth my time, I think. To have come down this long pathway here, but at least we did it. Any day now, these toads will die. I mean, sure, I'm almost dying too, but we don't need to worry about that part. We're very slowly just getting whittled, but we have lots of potions that I have no other use for anyway. So we'll just chug a bunch of those down to save on MP at this point. And move on with our lives. Thanatos? Oh yeah, Fear Effect. Neat. Just had those sitting around, I guess. Why not? This is also a perfect time to start using some of our potions stock up, though, so we have more space to pick things up. I mean, death is a frightening thing. If the specter of death just appeared before you, I think you'd be a little concerned. Of course, this was also still within the era where they weren't really doing the best research into anything they were writing about. They just went, ooh, this sounds cool, and threw it there. Welcome to most items in these games. They claim to do things, and then they suck at them. Because, you know, the shield spell supposedly boosts defense, and yet half the time I've taken more damage after casting it rather than less, so, you know. Clearly I should get my money back for that spell, too. Never gonna happen, though. Make you sign a waiver every time you buy anything in this world. So everything's a lie. This is what you get for buying scrolls from a second-hand shop and expecting the spells to be any good. And really, it was a town full of pirates, so it was probably just a bunch of scribbled bullshit that somehow pretends to be a shield spell. And yet still manages to be more effective than the blink that never actually works. I mean, that's assuming the shop even still exists when I come back. Because that town did get bombed. That shop might just be gone. I don't remember if the magic shop's still there or not. You gotta be careful where you buy stuff from. Sometimes shops will just walk away. Especially magic shops. They're real bad about just poof into the ether. Gone. Close the door's not there anymore. Of course, usually that's how you know it's a quality magic shop, if the shop itself's magic too. Just gave them a convenient excuse for the shop to not be there anymore. Go ahead and just go back to Blaston, because these need to not be here anymore. Thank you for not taking my second right input there, game. That's clearly what I needed. Sometimes the name's on the nose, and that's just the way it is. Ah. Suddenly it all makes sense. Yeah, it's fair. Doesn't require a lot of thought, so it ends up being good for that. Just because it's related to the bookstore doesn't mean it will be contained within the bookstore. Fate works in strange ways. And the more you try to understand it, the less it's gonna make sense anyway. And just explode everything once again. Do you get it, or do you just think you get it, and it conveniently is lining up? I could just hit that one and it'll work out. Or, you know, nobody will roll a hit that actually does damage. Thank you, Gus. As his strength continues to rise. Is he at 50 yet? He should be at 50 by now. Considering his strength is stupid. Yeah, he's at 57. He's a little strong. Well, it depends on if you're going in, depending on which theory you're going for with it, really. Sure, you changed the past somewhere. Was it where you were intending to? Who knows? I'm very tired of fighting these jellies at this point. Really just is a meaningless encounter, but I have no means of getting out of it quickly. Now, I understood what you were saying, that just wasn't a reason to engage with it. That is going well beyond the depth of anything we needed to talk about here. You're fine. It's just one of those things where if I always delve into the full layer of esoterica that I understand, I am going to lose like half of the people that end up watching at any point because they have no reason to care about that layer of esoteric nonsense. So things have to be kept somewhat digestible. Uh-huh. I enjoy it in doses, and now is not the time for that. But everyone has their things. Okay, yeah, I was already over here. But this is part of why more complex ideas don't work, because this place, like every dungeon in Final Fantasy II, is a fucking mess. I figured. But sometimes it's important to nudge the point home a little bit more anyway, just in case. Because this way everyone else also understands. Gotta let the whole audience in on it, you know? I'm honestly tempted to just warp out of this place at this point, because we pulled a lot of stuff out of here, and I have no idea where the actual path forward is, because this whole place looks the same. But I think I'm actually going backwards right now. I think I actually wanted the top left stairs. Because the bottom stairs are the ones I got the 3 chests out of. This one I think was just a... This was either how I got here or this was a side path. One of the two. But when all you're doing is walking down corridors fighting the same things, the corridors start to lose meaning after a while. It's like, okay, I'm in corridor number 37. Does 37 go to 38 or does 37 go to 58? Who knows? Okay, you know what? I'm just leaving. Nuts to this fight. I'm not dealing with you. I was half expecting nobody to succeed on their fleeing roll. But I'm assuming fleeing is probably an exercise of agility in this game, so Layla should always be my best odds. Considering she has comically high agility compared to the rest of this party. Trying to keep Gus's ridiculous health up, I think, is half the reason I have no MP left at this point. As Cure keeps getting more and more expensive. There's blessings and curses to the idea of befriending the horrors. It really depends on the horrors. Oh, hooray, another mace. Throw that on the pile, too. I would like to be able to go more than a few feet in this dungeon, please, game. Okay, at the very least, I'm going to warp out of here, and then we are going to use a cottage to get resources back. And then after I'm done using the cottage, I will decide whether I care enough to deal with this place further. I mean, they don't have bones or anything, so they could fit wherever they please, really, if you think about it. It up to a point. Yeah, it's bad. Like, I'll just be blunt about it. It's questionable design, but it is what it is. I mean, one could hope that those intuitions help you go the right way anyway, but that really depends on whether the universe feels like playing ball or not. I'm probably gonna regret going back in. But on the bright side, no matter how bad it gets, I can always warp out anyway. So it's not like it's the worst thing ever. Just going to be a grand inconvenience. And more than likely a waste of my time. Exactly. Where you are going is only a matter of where you're supposed to be at the end of it instead of necessarily where you expect it to be. Tell you what, though, to save myself sanity... Okay, I do not have to be here right now. I'm, in fact, actually ahead of myself. That's what I was assuming, but I wanted to check. We have no reason to be here right now. I was actually more looking to get a map, and then I saw what this place was actually intended to be, and it's like, oh, well, I have no reason to do that right now. Hooray for using basic logic and ending up sequence breaking. And they're just as extinct. Just leave this place behind. Here's the problem, though. That means the pathing doesn't make sense. Which is nothing new for this game. This thing is, if we were just going back to Poft anyway, what the fuck was the point to this entire pirate encounter that got me a boat? And I guess they had to find a way to give you a replacement fourth party member for when Gordon left somehow. I suppose at the end of the day it doesn't matter. Because the mistake I might be making is assuming the game is telling me correctly when it put the yellow dot on the town up here. Because throughout basically this entire game, Poft has had a yellow dot on it. Thing is, we don't have that many other pink dots we haven't been to. Like, that could be diced as well. Which would be very funny considering it'd be very close to where we started. Usually that dot is indicating where you're supposed to be going. So we're gonna at least check there, and then I'll check the island that's encircled by stone. Perhaps somebody here has information that I am supposed to have or something. Because we don't really need the ferry anymore, so that's about the main reason you go to Poft, is to get the ferry. That said, Sid also usually lets us ride his airship from there too, so maybe I'm meant to take the airship, but then why would we even have been told to take a boat to Deist in the first place if we were just going to take the airship to Deist? It doesn't make sense. There's dozens of potential answers there, honestly. You can make a blind guess if you want. Let me see if Deist is suddenly on the airship list. Probably not. Yeah, Deist is not on this list, as expected. So the airship remains unhelpful. Actually, let me talk to Sid a bit more first, though. We might actually have something to say on the concepts we have. Doesn't have anything on those. Nope. Sid is useless. Goodbye, Sid. Because I am assuming, considering we're going to the Dragoons to get a Wind Drake, we won't actually have an airship for this game. We will instead have the Wind Drake to fly around with. So more than likely, we won't ever have our own actual airship in this game. That is conjecture on my part, but the logic tracks. All you do is take me back to Polo. Yeah, so this town was useless. Now, because we already had access to Sid's airship, so there was also not really an urgency to have our own airship anyway. So I wouldn't be surprised if at some point Sid just joins our side completely and just lets us ride around as well. There's a lot of ways this can end up playing out. I do really wish, though, that the people that give us instructions, in this case Gordon told us to go to Deist, would have actually told me what direction Deist was in, instead of just saying, oh, go find a boat and they'll take you to Deist. It's like, that's great and all, but where the fuck is Deist? And those were the only dialogue-having NPCs other than people with just random dialogue. So, unless one of the random pirates walking around and Puffed Woods is going to have information, I'm pretty sure it's just going to be a matter of finding the right place by hand. Because we never got Deist itself as a keyword to use. So I'm gonna just take it on the logic of this is a place I could only get by boat. So this at the very least is gonna be relevant at some point. I cannot access this place, so never mind, this is not the answer either. Could be over here as well. This is another place that's only accessible by water. And considering pink dots are usually towns or other important locations, got decent odds here. Because this gray isn't a mountain, so could do. We already were over here, because this is where the Dreadnought was. So we know that isn't Deist. Or we know within reasonable certainty it isn't. I don't think it's down here. I feel like an area surrounded by mountains would make sense for where the Dragoons live with their wind drakes. Just on pure logic. Because it would give natural roosting points for wind drakes, while also being a good defensive position. Of course, who knows if any of this logic even remotely touches what they've done here, but gotta figure it out somehow. And this game does like making you travel long distances for no particular reason. Based on the fact that I had to run past where we had last been, through a desert that had nothing to do with where we were going, to get to the Dreadnought. Said desert was also way stronger than us, so I needed to use the Chocobo in the nearby area to be able to get across it at all. That's what I'm pondering. So scripted grinding basically is this entire game. Like, scripted grinding is arguably Final Fantasy in a nutshell, just a single sentence to describe the entire series. It would make a degree of sense for my goal to be down here, because, again, when we picked up the boat was heading in this direction to begin with. So maybe you're meant to go down here and then turn around to go back for the tropical island after you find out something down here or something along those lines. And it's also relatively close to where the Dreadnought was, so yeah, there's possibilities there. Exactly. Use numbers until numbers don't mean numbers anymore. Once numbers no longer have meaning, you know you're strong enough. Just be careful how long that story is, because I do want to make sure there's room for anybody else to have a chance to talk to. There's only so much chat box space. Is at any time. Okay, so there's a cave there. Certainly no shortage of mountains here. Could you guys attack somebody other than Gus so somebody else gets their health up a bit, please? I know he's asking people to bite him all the time, but please. I need you to do something for me here and actually raise other people's health. Okay. When I read that, my first instinct is somebody's going to write something down. So, that is why the assumption was there. Alright, take care, Gleam. Yeah, we got Ogre Mages again, and this looks like some kind of academy or something, so we might be on the right track here. Because if Deist is only like the training school for Dragoons, then this could end up making sense. Castle Deist, there we go. Second shot. Go back, don't come near. Alright, kid. I'm coming in anyway. I'm gonna tell Mommy. Good for you, kid. Hey, a free cottage. Nice. I should have saved before walking in here. I thought you were stupid Imperial soldiers. I'm glad you aren't. You know anything about this? Nope. The Windrake's inside this room, but Mommy says it's dying. Tell me it's not. I wish I could, kid. When I get older, I'm gonna become a Dragoon like Daddy. Good for you. Seems my son's being a nuisance. Please pardon him. My husband was a Dragoon, but he was killed by the Imperials. Only my son and I survived. Oh, god damn it, game. The text proceeded at exactly the wrong time. Hang on, let me just loop it back around and we'll do that dialogue again. In the room behind us is the last Windrake. It has been trying to speak to us, but I cannot understand it. Every Dragoon carries a special pendant. I've heard one was lost in the cavern north of here, only a couple levels down. With that pendant, we could speak with the Windrake. Would you mind looking for it? Well, we can't memorize pendant, we can only memorize Windrake, which we already know. The Dragoons fought gallantly, but the battle turned against them when the Emperor poisoned the Windrake's drinking water. All the Drakes died one by one, and the Dragoons, without their Drakes, lost their edge in battle. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, both sentences lead to the same... It's fucking game. You know anything about Dreadnought? Nope, okay. What's up? Yep, you're not gonna be helpful until I have the pendant. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna go loot the rest of your castle. Hope you don't mind. Not often we get to run around a castle that isn't constantly hitting me with random encounters. Bingo! Gold Needle, which I assumed it was for stoning. Eye Drops, Antidote, Sage's Wisdom, Cross, Saint Spirit, Mallet, Wingblade! I was like, please tell me there's something other than consumables in here somewhere. Surprisingly light, powerful sword. That's what Farians needed this whole time. A sword that actually can hit something with reasonable accuracy that has some decent power. The Crescent's cool, but it just isn't very effective. Now to continue looting. It really feels like this place was designed to be a dungeon, based on the amount of empty rooms there are. And the amount of treasure just kind of laying around. Okay, so we got Stun, Stop, and Curse. Eh... I'll hold on to those for the moment. I don't think I'm going to teach them to anybody because it's just purely a matter of I don't have the turn economy to bother with that. I also should have sold some of the stuff I'm carrying. So honestly, these maces and daggers, I could just throw them away. It's not going to mean anything. They don't sell for enough to be worth worrying about. Same with the longsword and the longbow. I'm just worried about the fact that my inventory was about to be full. So we were gonna end up having to throw some stuff away anyway. Brain. Yeah, if I'm not gonna give anybody those spells, I don't need to do anything else in there at the moment. And this is how we got up here. So, actually no, because we got around from above, so this is not how we got up here. This is the last treasure. Another Phoenix down. Considering we have ready access to the life spell, I'm just really not that excited about Phoenix Downs. Like, I could just go buy more copies of the life spell for more people to be able to use. And it just takes 1 MP to use it. Obviously, you know, Phoenix Downs probably raise people with more health, I would have to assume in this game compared to normal, but I don't know that. It's also very unfortunate that we couldn't rest here at all. But we're in decent shape from having rested before flying, so not the biggest issue. Just top up health before we go into this new place. In case it's really bad in here. And at least she said that it was only a couple floors down, so it's not, like, at the bottom of this cave. Huh, Sliver, 2 Spike Toises, an Ogre Mage, and an Ogre. I see. The turtles were always weak to ice, we know that. Kill the Ogre Mage. Yeah, you're gonna cast Ice 5 and do piddling damage. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. I was hoping that they would be weak enough to magic that it would hurt them still, but ice is really the only way to hurt Spike Toises. Okay, let's beat up the Sliver. There we go. So at this point, honestly, the Spike Toises' defense isn't high enough to be an issue, as you can see there. Layla's strength went up, we get another ice scroll, which I could teach Layla ice, but I don't know if I care. Honestly, her knowing Bolt is good enough because she takes on Gordon's previous role of being the Bolt expert at that point. More undead that don't matter, just attack, and we'll be out of here in a minute. It feels nice having everybody doing roughly similar damage now. Because Furion has a sword that works worth a damn again. You know what I did forget to do? Get like a Mithril Dagger or something for Layla's other hand. I was like, I know I forgot to do something when I was at the other towns. And lo and behold, it was because I meant to get another knife. I suppose I may as well just hand her the gold shield or something then, in the meanwhile. Not entirely sure what that sentence means. Ow. Oh, I do have the diamond shield as well. Or I could give you the crescent to have a sword again, but your accuracy would suffer because of that. Yeah, but you do lose a little bit of attack power to having a shield as well. Because they technically use them in two hands. And it's whenever they don't have a second weapon or a shield. How badly does your accuracy suffer at this point? It doesn't, actually. Your accuracy is still 91%, so you know what? Sure, have fun. Enjoy having the Crescent as your offhand weapon now. Which is odd, because her sword skill's really low, so you would think that that would impact the accuracy, but maybe that accuracy stat's only for the main hand, and the offhand's just not getting registered there? It's hard to say. So we got a way down over there. The chest we already opened is up here, though there's a path to this side. Yeah, see, the Crescent just missed. But I suppose it doesn't detriment her at all to have that. Because it raises her overall attack, which might still count for making her main attack stronger. I don't know if the system is BSable to that degree or not. Dragoon's corpse lies on the ground. Something shines beside it. Ah, there's the pendant. Glad I checked this particular staircase. Otherwise, I would have went running really deep in here for nothing. That said, why is there this whole deep cave if all you need to do is run in one floor, grab the pendant? Maybe we get sent back in here? So I probably shouldn't stick my nose too deep in here. We just go back, get the Windrake, and then we'll figure out whether we go back in or not. Is it maybe that the rest of this place is optional? I don't know. I don't know yet. Gus is once again blind, which doesn't matter. His weapon skill is high enough that he will not miss regardless. He doesn't get as many hits, but he'll still hit his target. Which at the end of the day is all that I care about. There's sleep scroll. Did I ever actually have a sleep scroll? I might not have actually gotten a sleep scroll till now. Unless I sold it and never used it, which is also possible. Not bad, not bad. I mean, it can't hurt to just stick our nose down here right quick, just on this floor. Because I saw that chest in easy reach. Since this place isn't very dangerous. Oh no, they're gonna strike first and do nothing because they're not gonna hit anybody. Thanks for the free evasion practice, I guess. Okay, now we have two people that can't hit as well, but that's okay. Because these enemies still stand no chance. Now, this is a longer way around than I thought, but it's fine. And this chest probably ain't gonna be worth it, but I need to find out. Oh, you're just here, huh? So for anybody that came in later on, this popped out of a chest in the Dreadnought, and we had to fight it, and it was a problem when we had to fight it before. So this could be really bad for us. Great, the two that are blinded right now ended up getting the dodge. I don't know if that balances out or if that's just positive still. 3, fire 3, hit it. This thing had a lot of health, so that's kind of the big problem. It also hits really hard. Which is why it's a very good thing that Layla got the blink benefit, because if it hits her, she's probably going to die. Speaking of, we'll go ahead and give Maria the same benefit. Increase her odds of survival as well. Gonna need to heal Gus now, though. Definitely gonna need to heal Gus. Last thing we need is the man with all the health going down. Try blinding it. Considering she can't do any real damage to it anyway. Yes. No one's surprised. An unused spell missing. Ow. Because I think that was the first time I bothered to cast blind, like, at all. So, it missing, not overly shocking. Keep trying. Because outside of a crit, I don't think Layla's doing any damage to this Gigas here, so may as well try to blind it. Ow. Well. Hello, Floor, my old friend. Took a lot of pain to see you again. I was waiting for that to be what killed it somehow. Back on your feet. This thing's weak to ice. I don't think I ever figured out what its elemental weakness was. Well, back to the floor with Layla. It did not like the lightning. It doesn't seem to particularly care about any particular flavor. Bolt seemed like it was the one that did the best, but since his fire is still better, it's probably still better to keep doing that. Look at that. That thing's still alive. There we go. At least Layla was alive to see it die. Maria's magic increased, HP for Gus. Layla's knife skill, magic increased. Not endurance or HP, really? With the beating she took? Okay, game. That's what you get for having your stats be attached to random rolls, is shit goes sideways sometimes. So about her having a shield. Yeah, considering she now has evasion 71%, that seems good. That seems like a good thing for her to have. Considering her HP pool is still very sad. Mithril Mail, I think, is useless, actually. So I'm pretty sure, yep, we had that before. And she already has silver plates, so Mithril Mail is garbage. I don't know why that's even here. I got excited because I saw Mithril, and I had forgotten that that was the previous material we used, because you would think Mithril would be better than gold and silver. What the fuck do I know, right? Like, unless you're, like, plating the gold and silver over the mithril or something, then I guess maybe that could work. Because you, like, infuse it with magic properties or some nonsense. I don't know. Just seems like a lie. The strength went up, which is good for her stabbing. This is what I wanted. And it wasn't worth it. It's just a fucking mithril helm. I'm already sick of this place. I'm leaving. These look like the boss of the fire dungeon. And they throw high fire spells just like it did. So that's upsetting. Thankfully, they are weak, so it's fine. Drop a lot of money, though. So that's the one upside to going further into this place, I guess, is getting more money. But considering we're, I think, nearing like 20,000 between the stuff I'm carrying and the money I already have, I don't think money's that much of a problem at the minute. As is tradition, though, as soon as this fight ends, I'm going to get up while the ads are running for a moment. A magic defense increase, which that's what those howlers will be very good for, is training people's magic defense, since you're just constantly getting targeted by weak AoE attacks. Okay, I'm just gonna do that. Just hit the speed up button, get us out of that. Okay, now I'm gonna get up for a moment, because I forgot that we weren't on the top floor to leave. Oh wow, we actually have nearly 40,000 gold. Jesus. Alright, let's finish getting out of this cave and get that pendant dropped off. And we might actually wrap up soon-ish, even though that's a little bit shorter for these Final Fantasy sessions. I am a bit tired today, so no sense in overdoing it. Also, suddenly another Hillgygus, so that's a thing. Guess they just live in this cave, huh? I better just hit him with bolts. Move the health bar along. Rather than wasting turns like we did in the last encounter. Welcome back from the ads. As you can see, we're fighting another Hillgygus, so that's a thing. And just very slowly try to kill it. Because it's worth killing. I was gonna say yes, keep hitting Firion, and then it did actual damage to Firion that time. Making me once again question the value of the shield spell, considering he took 87 the first time, and then took 160 after the shield was put on him. It really just seems like suspicious coincidence, you know? Ow, well, I guess. May also just be a matter of the enemies are rolling well some of the time. Why'd I have you use your knife? Your knife doesn't do a damage to this thing. Cool, good dodge. Oh, she has blink up and a lot of evasion, so I would certainly hope that she would dodge that. Keep working Gus's health back up. This thing will die eventually. Though not if Gus keeps hitting like that. Just keep dodging, Layla. You'll be fine. Probably. And considering how much evasion she has... God damn you, I was just about to fix that. Literally in the process of fixing exactly that, and you broke him again. You actually got a good hit with the knife that time, and it's dead. You know what, this is fine. Maria's MP and magic increased, which is fantastic news. And at least her life spell is getting better. Like, people are coming back with something resembling an actual amount of health. Except it really still isn't, because we need hundreds of health to survive most things at this point. But, you know, take what you can get and all that. One step out of the cave, huh? One step. And of course they strike first. Not that these guys matter for striking first. This is just a formality as far as this combat goes. Yep, go ahead and raise my magic defense by just throwing Ice 5 at me over and over again. Sure, why not? Goodbye. It's interesting that the slivers are at the back rank, but they have the most health. Not that it matters, but it's always interesting when the strongest things are the ones at the back. I guess they're letting the weak ones go forward as fodder, or to make their job easier. More slivers. Yeah, depending on how involved the next piece of plot is, we may very well wrap here, otherwise I might do the next part of the story. We'll see. The energy is definitely slipping out of my fingers here. Which is kind of funny because I slept fine, but I ended up falling back asleep when I woke up this morning, which I think is what threw off everything. Okay, this is different for some reason. The cavern is said to have a spawning ground of the wind drakes called the Sacred Spring. Okay, why are you telling me that now? Why didn't you tell me that before? I have a suspicion I know what's gonna happen next now, but let's go talk to the Windrake, as we can now. I wish to give you something, but you can't seem to carry any more with you. Please sell off or drop off an item and come again. That was a hell of a thing to see the Windrake say to me. I'll just throw some of these antidotes away. But I suppose at least we didn't go through the whole dialogue only to find out I didn't have space. Come with us, let's fight together. The poison has already affected my entire body. I am dying. Well, that's a shame. Egg. Kind sirs, please hear my final wish. Please take this egg to the cave north of this castle and place it in the spring there, which is why we were just being told about the spring being there. This is the last dragon egg. If it is not placed in the sacred spring, it will wither and die. Obtain dragon egg. Exciting, happy music for the fact that a species is going extinct. Please take that egg to the spring. Well, I was gonna talk about dragoons, but I guess not now. Kinda hard to do that when it's dead. What do you think about the dragon dying? You have no thoughts about the dragon dying. I'd tell you it isn't dying, kid, if it wasn't already dead. I gotta say, though, I'm not particularly feeling crawling through that cave right now a second time, so we will go ahead and wrap up here. It's a little bit of a shorter one, but this gives me more time to prep tomorrow and finish making the decision whether I want to start Dark Souls 2 or not, because I need to test it and make sure it doesn't have any surprise issues, considering it is the old version, so it's not going to be the smoothest experience with any guarantees, so it's better to check that ahead of time. And like I said, I'm just a bit tired, so let me just have a look around and see where people are at, and that'll help me make a decision. You've only been going for a couple hours. You're probably fine to keep going for a bit yet. I just want to check things. Okay, you're not using anything that bad there, though. At least it doesn't seem. Though, mixed feelings about that, too. Nah. We will not be going over there today. I completely forgot people can use GIFs for their profile pictures here. Huh. I'm just scrolling through my list. I just see a cat dancing along in the list. I'm like, wait, what? How? Why? There's some surprising names missing from this list, though. People I would have expected to be on a Monday afternoon that are not. So that's weird. Because it's only 6, so they wouldn't have ended yet. I do know some people were taking breaks recently, though, so maybe that's the thing. Maybe I'm just forgetting that those ones took breaks. Yeah, you know what? We'll just return the favor for a raid we got recently. That'll work. We'll go see Ember, who's playing Hosey, which I have no idea what that is, but I'm sure we'll figure it out quickly. So, thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. Apologies that it is a little bit of a shorter one, but at least it was a relatively smooth session, other than trying to figure out where the hell the place where the Windrakes was. Let me make sure I saved, because I have this menu up, and I'm not sure if I actually saved. It says dazed, so it's probably fine. But I would have figured I would have closed that menu. So, hedging bets. So let's see. schedule coming up tomorrow will either be Dark Souls 2 if I decide I'm up for it immediately. If not, it'll just be something out of the backlog, which it may very well end up being a case of, like, I start one of the other games that were backlogged on for the Donathon incentives, since we do still have a couple left in there. Specifically, Little Nightmares and Hades pop immediately to mind. I think that's all that we're missing other than finishing the Dark Souls games and the rest of the Final Fantasies I owe. So, you know, we're making progress there still, at least. And then Thursday, it's going to be another run of Super Battle Golf with most of the same people. Unless I end up picking up any more people along the way for that. That's because that's what the group voted for. Is since there was a update coming out for it that day, I gave them the choice between Lethal Company, which had gotten an update recently, and more Super Battle Golf. They chose more Battle Golf, which I'm down for doing more of, especially since, like I said, there's going to be the update, which has a bunch of new stuff to play around with. Then Friday, we continue Terraria. We may or may not be finishing that. Since we're past Lunatic Cultist, it could easily be the point where we end the series next week. It depends on A, what condition the group's in, considering that'll determine how well we're doing and how much progress we can make, and just 2, whether we want to rush Moonlord or not, and whether they want to do Empress of Light. Which personally, I'd lean toward just doing Moonlord and getting the thing done, but that's going to be up to a collective decision there. Or as is usual. And then Saturday's a little up in the air, as is usual for Saturdays at this point, because I have not made a firm decision what I want to do. Because that's my one unguaranteed free day in the schedule at this point. So I tend to play that by ear to make myself happier. Yeah, that's all of the schedules, so let's go ahead and get that timer started. Yeah, I don't have anything of note to add other than you may see some changes to how I'm pushing commissions and such again, because I'm still trying to find better ways to make that work, because money is still a problem. So that's always going to be a thing. And remember, there is that sub goal, as a reminder. If you want to make any progress towards that 5-game archipelago, that's also a thing that's happening at some point, if it ever gets hit. So yeah, be good to Ember, she's good people, and I'll see you all tomorrow, hopefully. Good night, everybody.